Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. It's me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire, back again for another week of Warframe shenanigans. How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in. Thank you very much, Night Owl, for the 6 months tier 1. Super appreciate you. How you doing, Hawktua? Welcome on in, Sleepy. What is up, Iron? Good to see you again, Cardi. Hello, Valley. Been a few days. How you doing, Colette? Hey, Tal. What's up, Hallows Eve? Also haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Hey, Blex. Commander Knight. Good to see you. Umber Rage. How's my health now? Still a little bit rough, but I'm doing a little bit better. It's gonna be a few weeks of getting this sorted out, unfortunately. Hey, Dalen. Hey, Voyage. How you both doing? Judali. Welcome back. Bonds Boy. How you doing? And Eugene. Welcome on in, Silentora. Hope you're doing well. How is everyone doing? Can you join for EDA today? Yeah, if you're around, of course. When you start screaming, hey, I need people for EDA. But first, I need people for Steel Meridian and Steel Meridian and Cephalon Shooter. That's the one. Cardi. You need people? You're right here? Oh, for missions? I mean, I always need you, Rue. I always need you. How you doing, bud? Hey, PK. How you doing? Glad you're here. Your favorite Warframe creator? Yeah, I'll be fine in a few weeks. It's just one of those things that's just going to take some time for the medical stuff to do the medical stuff, you know? So I am fine. I just have to take it easy over the next little while. That's all. You got a Strun ribbon. Ooh, Strun. Favorite. It's my favorite gun in the game. Excited for the 27th? Yes, very excited for the 27th. I'm excited for the 27th. And I'm excited for Saturday when we're doing our birthday stream. Okay, we got room for 2 if anybody wants to join us for Steel Meridian dailies. 'Tis a busy week. Yeah, we all got a busy week this week. We got so much. Ooh, Commander Knight on a 5 stream streak. Heck yeah. Commander Knight, what's your in-game name again? It's Halo Knight, right? Anything here that I don't own yet? Just these alt helmets, I suppose. Well, let's grab this one. Let's grab this one. Halo Knight, right? Commander Knight, do you want to let me know, remind me what your in-game game is? In-game name is. Hey, Night Owl. Ooh, 80 stream streak. Very nice. Halo Knight 35. But you need to hop in game? All right. Well, you get on in here and let's see what you got. We finally get to see what's going on with the Coda Bubonico. Yeah, I've got a bit of a cursed, well, not cursed, but I've got an interesting build with the Bubonico coming out. I got some ideas already percolating. It's gonna be aerial bombardment Uriel. 2 million Kuva got your mouth watering? Oh no. Oh no. All right, we got one more for Steel Meridian dailies if anybody wants to join us. I don't know if Echo's around. We need another attack helicopter? Oh no. This is a full aerial bombardment. This is not an attack helicopter. An attack helicopter ain't got nothing on this. We going full F-35, F-22. We striking from the skies. Did I get a standing desk? Yeah, I got a standing desk because I was just trying to help it with my knees and my back a bit. So, just doing that thing. Are the sounds broken? Oh, I didn't do the reset thing. Yeah, I don't know what's up with my OBS. I need to reset the sound out right there. Every once in a while, it's really weird. You made a Reef Mesa? Ooh. Halo Knight 35. Full on Warthog build? Hell yeah. Nah, dude, we're dropping bombs on people. We ain't Burton. This is not a burr. This is a and then it's the carpet bomb. Alrighty, I don't see anyone else wanting to join us for Steel Meridian, so we'll just go with the 3 of us. Finish building your Grendel. Catapult might be your favorite augment in the game. It's a very fun augment. The catapult build is hilarious. It is good times had by all. Also, hey Blue, how you doing? Just card bomb the Monaco, bright energy color. Well, don't do that because that hurts eyeballs, but it is funny. Does Volvin count as a speed frame? I mean, technically, because his vector overdriver gives him movement speed buff, so like, technically.
Okay. Now, a lot of people are depending on
Wow.
Your job is to distract the enemy while a fellow Tenno operative raids the
And now we get to wait for 10 minutes.
Your presence known.
Ah!
Life support has been
Your PC's doing fine. Kind of hard crash Saturday. Oh.
I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Vector pad scales with strength. Vector pads does scale with strength. Yes. So you can get more zoom the more strength you throw at it. So it's like, technically speaking, he can be considered a strength for like a speed frame, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't necessarily call him a speed frame personally, but like, yeah, he's a speed frame in a sense. This might be why they're thinking of fast forwarding it. Well, so it's only because in here it's a 10-minute survival and it really should just be a 5-minute survival. Because you can find all 8 candies very easily within 5 minutes. How much power strength make vector pads faster than solar rails? About the same amount of power strength it would take for you to get sent to the sun, so quite a lot, unfortunately. Fine, I'll pick that up. Fine. Nothing over here. We must make it to Tau. We need enough power strength on vector pads to launch us to Tau. You know what? I'm down. That's the reason why they did the rework. That's the lore implications of the rework. We see it now. We see the code. Rue, we figured it out. We know your secrets. You just know that it was a kernel power ID 41 critical error. That sounds like Greek to me. I know exactly what that means. I have no idea what that means. That sounds awful though, because kernel errors is never good times. Dexel, thank you very much for the 2 months tier 1. Super appreciate you. CPU problems? Yeah, well, at least it's a CPU problem, not like a RAM problem. The CPUs right now are at least not terribly priced. I need more RAM, but like, I also don't have $5,000. Average Rock, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub, and thanks for the hype train, y'all. If you want in for the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote, help support the community, and maybe help us get to that Partner Plus for the month. You know, that Twitch sub, biddies, sound alerts, all that good stuff. Any Bezo bucks laying around? Check your couch for your Bezo bucks. Big summer blowout. Uh-oh. Hey, Grumpy, how you doing today?
Another life support capsule.
Oh, it's just right here. There we go. And right there. This is why I always pop it in this area. They like to hide them sometimes. With 7 minutes to spare. Who would have thought? A whole 7 minutes to spare. Man, lucky us. We're just so good. Please. Make these 5 minutes. Hey, Deuce Lord, how you doing today? How you doing, May? What's you up to? You finally don't feel like you're crazy using pillage over Wavins 4? I mean, like, it just kind of works, you know? When it works, and that, it works. Either way, everything's functioning normally, so unless something happens, you're not going to bite the bullet, buy new stuff, especially as you have an HP desktop. So, lots of priority stuff. Yes. Dev stream this week? Yes, Friday. You're doing good? How am I? I'm doing really well. I had some good times with some friends. And I got to see my stepmom yesterday. And I got to see my mom yesterday. And all around pretty good times. Hey, Laugher, how you doing today? Get out of here, nerd. Well, if you find where extract is, squad, just like point it out so like we can just sort of be in that general area. I have yet to locate it. Destroying the world and healing crappy groups in WoW. Ah, yes, the life of a healer. Do you stream and run games on the same PC? Yeah, no, I don't have a dual PC setup. I'm not that cool. Not that cool. I wish I did. Random question. Do you smoke cannabis? I do not anymore. I have been ordered off of it due to said medical problems, the health problems that I'm going through right now. So I am stopping at the moment. But yes, I used to work in the industry. That is correct. Hey, Gibby, how you doing? If y'all want get in for the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote, help support the community, of course. No pressure, but feel free to join in on that fun little hype train. Hey, Erzbin, how you doing today? I mean, let's just hang out in this room until extract pops, I suppose. Oh, wow. You can, like, live in there. Hey, Zeno, how you doing today? What was your experience playing Warframe while under the influence? I didn't really ever play video games. It was mainly for medical, for other reasons. I didn't really use it very recreationally. I was using it for, to assist with other things that were going on in my life. So it was not sort of a recreational thing for me. Healer, well, yeah, that was always the thing, like, when I was playing, WoW as a healer, people would always be like, you're so slow. I'd be like, hey, I'm a healer. What do you want? And they're just like, hey, you're a druid. Why aren't you hitting the sprint button and going into cat form so you're moving fast? And then I was like, hey, you're not wrong. Shit. Prime parts, Mesa Prime set to give away? Sure. I wouldn't say no. Getting warmer? Yeah, we just got like a huge cold snap here in Toronto. Is got real chilly. Got real chilly out of nowhere here. Thank you again to Average Rock and Gexil for the subs there. Appreciate you. You're not a druid, but they all complain that you let them die. Not my fault, Muppets. Yeah, exactly. If you aren't with the healer, that's on you. If you're running away from the healer, that's on you. Snow crazy. Stay warm out there. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit chilly here for the next few days. Excited for the birthday stream? Yeah, we're just gonna have ourselves a nice little chillaxy day. Play some Warframe. We got some giveaways. We're hanging out. Turns out Devara is one of your new favorite melee frames. Ooh, Laugher, what are you doing with Devara on melee? Redacted 80 stream streak. Holy. Very nice. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Come on and slam. And welcome to my jam. Why is this still 10 minutes long? We got some giveaways from Advanced GG. We got some giveaways in Warframe. All this Saturday during the birthday stream. It's gonna be a good time. Lots of B-days this month. Isn't Dino's coming up too? Yeah, and Barty's was just also like last week, if I remember correctly. Did Did you hear about the on top of after the hockey game meme? No, I have no idea. I don't really pay attention to sports or memes, if I'm being honest. How do you play Cedo again? Remember mentioning something about your alt fire? Yeah, so you want to shoot off the alt fire because the little glaives that it shoots out will apply the status effects on the weapon plus the 4 baseline elements: heat, toxin, electric, and cold. And because it's passive, its unique trait is basically galvanized savvy. So you could double up on galvanized savvy tech with it. Essentially. Where did extract go? It's that way. So the idea is that you hit alt fire, and then it primes the enemy for a bunch of status effects, and then you just shoot at them. And use the alt fire as essentially it self primes and then also does pretty good damage out of it too. It's kind of a nice little combo. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch up to attention's a deficit and owes him money. It's true. I'm gonna beat up my attention span for the money that it owes me. Coffee. Alrighty, off we go for more steel meridians. Is Corrosive Blad good for Grineer Demos enemies? I mean, theoretically, it should be fine, yeah. Right? Remove their armor. Blast does more damage to enemies who have no armor because it gets reduced by armor, so it makes sense. Certainly makes sense. Whenever you're good to go, Halo Knight. Parent and Loka are not happy about you doing things for Steel Meridian. Yeah, that tends to happen. That's why you got to be a little bit careful about how you're doing your rep group stuff. You got to be a little bit careful. Okay, Halo Knight, are you good to go? Let us go. Let us do the thing. Well, I'm gonna assume you're okay. You need to powder your nose? No, not allowed. Hey, Hellblade, how you doing today? Man, I love Baby Metal. I hope they come to Toronto sometime. I'd love to see that show. I bet they would put on a really good show. I've never been to like a K-pop or J-pop or like idol style show, but I bet that would be a really good show. Sick again, but breathing, fortunately. Well, that's good. You seen them before when they performed with Sabaton? I heard that that concert was incredible. I have heard that they were a very good show. Candy? They're coming to Sweden Rock this year? Oh man, Sweden's so far away from me though. Scream 7 out this week? I can't believe that they brought back the Scream series. Like, that's probably the most odd thing I've ever heard. It's that series making it back out of the grave. Most likely gonna see Creepy Nuts in April? Oh, I am outrageously jealous. Oh, exactly, Iron. Gamer Girl, welcome on in. How you doing? Hey, Lonely, welcome in. Creepy Nuts is touring? Apparently. What do you think the odds are they're coming to Toronto? If they're coming to Toronto, I mean, I know where I'll be. They're gonna be in Chicago? I mean, then theoretically, usually if bands do a US tour, they'll usually dip up to Toronto for a show or two. Or like Toronto, Montreal, BC. So like that would be cool. North America tour, only tours in the US? Yeah. Ain't that the way it is, right? Oh, I always forget how to get that one. It's this one? Yes, it's this one. There we go. I remembered. Let me out. Thank you. Cali, New York City, Chicago, Cali. What the hell? Got the last part for Prince of Prime? Heck yeah.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Any other candies? Oh, on over here. Up we go. Yeah, I love Zaku too. Zaku's great time. Hey Riz, how you doing? What? Oh? Oh, there's a rare crate over here. 30-minute affinity booster. It won't let you pick up the Iatan star? Oh no. Well, on the plus side, there's a 30-minute affinity booster there for you. It's not yours then? The game decided that you aren't allowed to own that Iatan star for some reason. Yeah, I've never really been a big fan of horror movies. I've never really been, like, especially lately, I've just haven't gone to see new movies. So I probably won't see Scream 7. I've never really been a fan of the Scream series. Yeah, I'm also just not a movie person these days in general, so I prefer, like, you know, just reading. I like reading. Alrighty. My we'll do a rescue. Nice and easy, nice and quick. Spoon Man. So, what is everyone the most excited for the dev stream on Friday? I'm, of course, very excited to see what Foley's gonna be like. What? Next Prime? True. A dev stream this Friday? Yeah, this Friday. Foley. Yes, I can't wait for Foley. I wonder what she's gonna be doing. Okay. New Prime. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a new game mode too. Can we get... That's so hype. Can we get 5 gifted? My greatest shill. Rue. The check's in the mail, bud. Next Prime and Foley. New tile set sounds cool. Yeah, actually, that sounds really, really interesting. I'm really interested to see what that's going to look like. Paid chatter right there. Blue always falls for the shill. Thank you very much, Blue, for the 5 gifted. That was very kind of you. I appreciate you. Definitely not needed at all, of course, but I appreciate the commitment to the bit. Thank you very much. If you got gifted a sub from Blue, please make sure to say thank you. Next Prime is probably going to be Cyanex. If they're sticking to the schedule, it should be Cyanex, yeah. Blue, you are incredible. It's true. Blue is very incredibly generous. Thank you very much, Blue. And I appreciate the commitment to the bit. Can't wait to get a Violet Shard for watching the dev stream. Are we getting Violet Shards for watching the dev stream? Sheesh. Don't mind if I do. I'll never say no to purple shards. Also, welcome in, Mad Dementor. Hope you're doing well. This place always sucks for trying to find candies, so we're just gonna go for a wander. Tau Forge grab bag, either violet, emerald, or orange. Oh, all good choices then. All positive things then. Where is that one? Looks like it's this way. Thank God no yellows. Thank God no blues. Hope you get your grab bag this dev stream. I hope you do too. That'd be very bad if you didn't. Or very unfortunate. Okay, someone's over there going to grab that. Are yellows not good? No, just May has a ton of yellows. Like I have a ton of blues. Green apple flavored. What's everyone's favorite flavor of shard? My favorite is lemon. I love lemon shards. They're the tastiest. They make you go fast with the vitamin C. You cast things faster. Do you think the devs are like... You think the devs ever think to themselves, be like, I wonder what flavor shard we should make. I love purple. I love grape flavor. Let's have a grape flavored shard this time. You like blueberry shards? You're weird. Okay, blue shards are actually really useful now because persistence. Help! Help! Hey, Andromeda, how you doing today?
The bypass is done.
What you do?
You found the option.
Hey!
Bring them home.
I see a candy. Nope, that's not a candy. I lied. You like lemon shards? Mix Nicks fast. Orange shards would be orange flavored. Duh. They taste like creamsicles. How many years until black shard? Ooh. You know what? I'd be down for that. But what would a black shard do? Increase your range. That's all it would do. Just increase your range, nothing else. Thoughts on the Corn's Prime? Should you get it? The Corn's Prime is very, very good, and you should ultimately get it for the mastery rank. It is also a good weapon. It's a weapon that I'm bad at because I'm really, really bad at activating the alt fire at the right time. Because what it does is when you hit the alt fire, it fires out like a grenade that you can either it hits people and explodes on them, or you explode it early. And usually that's what you want to do is you want to like shoot it above enemies' heads and then have like a shrapnel rain fall on enemies. But I'm just really bad at that. So that's the reason why I don't use the weapon. It's not because it's bad. It's a literal skill issue. It's quite literally a skill issue. Faster. Lost Nova, thanks very much for the follow. Welcome in. And Oxygeist, welcome on in. Master. Why does a stupid thing keep playing that song? No, away with you. No. Sure. Corrupted shards, maybe? Oh, that would be so cool! Corrupted shards! Oh! I would be super. When would you like? As soon as I'm done this mission here, I'll shoot you an invite. Corrupted shards. Ooh, that could be really fun. Do we have all of the candies? I didn't actually look.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Sorry for being a bother. You're definitely not being a bother at all. I'm just, you know, I usually like to like finish off my dailies before we do tradey stuffies. We have all? Okay, I'm just being, I'm just dragging you, holding you back. I see. The usual. Attention span problems, am I right, chat? Whee! Ooh, another mutagen sample. No attention or span? No, I got lots of span. I'm very, I got big arms. I can be that monkey sunbathing, or the lemur. Praising the sun. The corrupted shards just taste like Buckley's. That would be pretty funny. Bro, Bro has the rain shards. Yeah, it comes with being 6 foot something. 6'3" ish. Black smoke rise. Do 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 do. Black smoke rise. If yellow shards are cheese shards, what do the corrupted ones taste like? Blue cheese? Oh, definitely. No. They're like those weird exotic cheeses that you can't export. Like the really weird ones that do like really weird, like have really strange reasons for existing because like an odd cultural heritage thing from like a century and a half ago. Like some really odd ones. Not that. No, not that either. Ammo drum. Here's some ammo drums. Yeah, like those ones, Guardy. They should give us Archon shards on a stick like rock candy. Actually, no, that would be a really good little treat to give people at TennoCon. Here's your Archon shard. That'd be pretty funny. Thank you very much for the donation to the giveaway pool. We'll be giving that away on Saturday. Okay, Judali, you said you wanted to join for Suda? Dolly. And we got room for 2 if anybody wants to join us for Cephalon Suda daily missions. I see another survival. Yay! The only time you'd take a blue shard? True. Disintegrate and hail rock candy shard like an Eidolon Lotus. Like Kirby? Oh, we're getting Kirby Warframe? Wait, we already got Kirby Warframe. It's Grendel. Like that one tray medicine you used to take that were bitter as heck? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, anyone else for Cephalon Suda dailies? Got room for 2, otherwise we'll just go me and Judali. We'll hold hands, it'll be cute. Tekken 8 is another knowledge check games, just like most games. Lloyd Lavos, how you doing? They should let us be able to change the color of shards, be like, okay, losing some yellow shards for red. Yeah, a shard trade system would be kind of nice. I agree. Can you at least break down your shards for Stelta? No. Sadly, you break down your shards and they just multiply like a slime. Now you just get 7 yellow shards, May. Sorry. Break down 1, get 20. Huh? Black smoke rise. I was hoping Descendia would be another shard farm, but alas, pain. I mean, to be fair, it gives you some shards. There's no such thing as a perfect build in Warframe? No, I agree. Yeah, because you always have to make, you know, sacrifices and trade-offs. Yeah. I'd agree. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's just what build crafting's all about, right? And that's what gives us such awesome build diversity between different players and different creators, is because there's no such thing as a perfect build. And that's kind of, the, like you said, the fun part of Warframe. So yeah, no, I agree. Hey, I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's a perfectly room temperature take. Descendia's made you 3K plat in a month? Sheesh. Lucky you. I don't do any trading, so I'm always like perpetually plat poor. I've got like 30,000 platinum worth of junk just sitting in my inventories, but like I just refuse to do trading because I'm so lazy. Oh, there's this little hallway down this way too, isn't there? Oh, not this time. I just have Archons where you get those. You got a job, so you just buy the discounts when you can. And you know what? That's totally reasonable. Yep. Registration for classes, you hate registration for classes? Yeah, I mean, that's always how it is, isn't it? I always despise registration for classes. You made a build for Lavos Prime, but you're missing Lavos ability mods, but Syndicate mods try to kill you in missions. You can trade with other players for the Syndicate mods. I assume is what you mean is augment mods. You can trade with other players for those. So you should be able to do that pretty easily. Hopefully, at least. They're not that hard to get. And, like, the syndicates are relatively easy to get going and get up. Yes, the trading, on the other hand, can be done in our Discord. We try to keep it out of our Twitch chats or stream chats, just so we don't turn it into a trade chat. But if you are wanting to join our Discord, I will get you a link once I'm done here. You've sold one ribbon, period. I used to do a ton of trading back in the day. Because I just kind of like, you know, it was fun. Just a little bit of trade, you know. I was just having fun with it. And I was also the person who would buy platinum and buy packs and things. Hey, Lord Dials, how you doing? Like, I bought a lot of Prime Accesses in my days. Another candy. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. See you in a second. Okay, where are we at here? Oops, that's not the one I'm looking for. 7. And there's number 8. Whee! And extract is not over here. What if Photon Strikers was placed instead of Bastille? I mean, you could definitely do that if you want to, but it's kind of one of those things of you're doubling up on effects at that point, and you're losing out on damage output. So it's like, I mean, it definitely would work, Hot Dog Man with a middle finger. Definitely would work, but I would say that I would probably want to put it over Bastille, unless you're doing a very specific reason for wanting to use Bastille, because they ultimately sort of cancel each other out, right? Bastille will remove enemies' armor. Pillage also does that, but Pillage also needs enemies to have armor in order for you to generate shields. So if you're wanting to put it over Bastille, then you just need to be playing a little bit smarter, but as long as you're okay doing that, it'd be perfectly fine, of course. Hey, Jordan, how you doing? Welcome on in. Well, Judali, now we get to play the waiting game of 6 minutes, right? Because the other thing with Photon Strike is that you do want to remove the enemy's shields or like specifically armor, because it deals double damage to Overguard. It deals blast damage, which gets reduced by armor. Blast damage gets its damage reduced by armor. So you do want to be removing enemies' armor if you're using Photon Strike, and that's kind of the idea behind it all. And of course, Tesla Nervos being electric damage, and its Tesla Bank Augment also being electric damage. Both of those you get reduced by armor as well. So that's the sort of idea behind it all. Well, I suppose we just hang out here, Judali, until, you know, the 5 minutes is over for this. I suppose. Hey, Water, how you doing today? Hey, whoa. Since we've got some time. So boring, especially because the enemies are like level 20. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying. New content dropped over on Arc Raiders. Ooh, how is it? Played a little bit of Arc Raiders with Frozen Balls. And it was fun, but it wasn't exactly like my style. Like, I could see that becoming a game that I would play more, but it was like, it just wasn't for me. Hey, Terry, welcome in. How you doing today? Ow. I'm just stretching while we're waiting 4 minutes for the survival to be finished. Everybody get up and stretch. Drink your water. Enjoy your water bottle. Did the boy get his treat today? Has anyone redeemed a boy treat today? I haven't seen anything. May apparently just did. Oh, and Dova did earlier as well. So now he has Had to walk to school in -14 because short on train. Oh, hour and 20-minute walk. Oh my lord. Well, I hope that you're okay. You made it there safely. Oh yeah, when LR5? 5 months, 22 days. We've let the timer go down. I mean, to be fair, the timer goes down even when I'm not live, and that's why the timer keeps going down. But the cold kept breaking your skin. Oh my lord. Well, please stay warm. Hopefully all will be well. Keep warm. Get out of here, nerds. Testing a Zaku build, just hanging out. No, we're doing our dailies, the reputation dailies for the syndicates, and Zaku is just an excellent box breaker frame for that. Gamer Girl Rexy, thanks so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Super appreciate you. Yeah, I was on a bunch of trains last night, like to just you know, 2 hour, like an hour and a half that way, 2.5 hours that way, an hour and a half back, and they didn't have any of the heat on the trains. And it was just like -10, like 15 outside, and they didn't have any heat on the train. I was just like, I was freezing. I was freezing. Crit build in the Saber good? Yes. 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 I believe that it's a crit, more crit oriented weapon. Memory serves correctly. Why aren't you all dead? Why are we stuck in this mission for another minute? Sad. 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 Learn something about his augment for Wrecking Wall? Ooh, what'd you learn about his augment for Wrecking Wall? You don't ever leave home when it's winter, and when you live in Scotland it gets cold. Yeah, see, I live in Canada, so like our cold is very cold. We cold AF here. You have a question. Does Summoner's Wrath mod affect Revenant's Thralls or Necros' Summons? Necros' Summons, I know yes. I do not remember off the top of my head if it affects his summons or not. The Thralls. The Thrall, I mean the wiki page for the wiki page for the aura will stay what it is there. Finally got Prime sure-footed. Heck yeah! Best mod in the game. I love Prime sure-footed so much. It's just so tasty. Get him away. Oh yeah. You don't need to hit the pillars to recharge. No, you just need to hit a bunch of enemies. It's actually really, really nice that way. Reverend Thralls, no, because they aren't summons. I figured that would be the case, but as always, it's one of those things where if I'm not 100% certain, default to the wiki. Alrighty. And what do we got next here, Jidali? Ooh, just a capture and exterminate. Nice and easy. Nice and simple. Same with Nyx minions, which aren't summons, so Summoner's Wrath don't work on it. Yeah, there's like a bunch of those that are like the Tesla Nervos don't count as summons, even though they're very much summons. How about Uriel? His are summons, but they don't really get anything from it. So the only damage that Summoner's Wrath will affect on those are Cat's and Axe chain damage, which is really small, so there's not really a reason to be amping it up. It's just base damage is way too low. And then the Gulfagor, when it's latched to an enemy, it'll increase that damage, which is, again, just so low that it's not really worth it. You're better off just, like, going for growing power or something to reduce, like, corrosive projection, to reduce armor, stuff like that. There's not really a reason to be using Summoner's Wrath on Uriel because of that. Now, on the flip side, Kamisato does work very well with him because Cat's and Axe chains and the Cat's and Axe chains and Gulfagor's grab will also activate Kamisato's extra power strength, and having your minions move a little bit faster can sometimes be a really nice quality of life for him. For Uriel, just to get the minions going in the directions that they need to go in. And all that jazz. That way. Up. Up. Oh no. Tesla Nervos on Corvex? I think that actually is a fairly decent choice. Because you reduce enemy armor and you also increase damage vulnerability, so it'll make it easier. Your Tesla Nervos will do more damage with the explosion from Tesla Bank. It's actually, I think, a pretty decent selection. Oops, there you are. 5.
Prosecutor eliminated. Watch out for more.
Hey, Prophet, how you doing today?
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Oh, not over there. What we got? Anything over this way? We got one. Closing in on the last few missions to get Seal Path unlocked. Ooh, very nice. You're almost there, Tenno. Nothing down there. Oh, come on. The reset, you jerk. I mean, no way that that's something. Okay, good. Does it make sense to use Tesla Nervals and Archon Stretch to solve energy issues and other frames are just not worth it? It's more of like a nice addition to energy than being a main energy economy source, right? Because it is ultimately, at the end of the day, not like a massive amount of energy, but like throughout a long mission, it does add up, obviously. So like, I wouldn't go... I probably wouldn't like bank on Tesla Nervos to be like the solver for your energy, but it is useful for your energy. And also the other thing that's important to note is that Archon Stretch can be activated by companion abilities. So with said companion abilities, you don't necessarily need to have electric on your frame in any way. And if you want to know some of the stuff on that, you can type ! Archon Stretch and the nice bot will summon you a video explaining that. Tesla Nervous is supposed to count as a summon for Arcane Crepuscular after the Vodman rework. You don't know if it's the same with Summoner's Wrath. Crepuscular is supposed to work with them now from what you've heard. That wasn't in any of the patch notes, and I haven't tested it out personally, so. But even then, you know, it's more I wouldn't necessarily care about Kamisato. I would want Summoner's Wrath more than that. Your Logitech headset at work died today. The audio constantly warped even at full battery. Hurt your brain. New headset is weird now. Oh no. Oh no. Ooh, you get Prime Share footage tomorrow, Cardi. Very nice. Bro's got a video for everything? Not quite yet, but I got a lot of videos. I'm working on getting a video for everything. Slowly but surely. Yep, there's Tysus. Yep. Yeah, of course I had one for the Tysus. The Coda Tysus came out.
Must find, capture.
What do you mean, Rue? No, I don't have anything for the card Argonac. No, I don't like that gun.
Interesting place. I appreciate you doing this task for me.
To be fair, I don't really know anything about the gun. I haven't really messed with it. Cernos? No, I don't got anything for the Cernos. There's like 7 Cernoses. That's unfair. Why are there so many Cernoses? You only around day 115? Ooh, very nice. We do love the baby Tenos.
Capture them quickly before they escape.
Hey, Assassin. How you doing today? I'm doing well.
Is in the vicinity. Find
The health problems I've been going through are slowly getting sorted out, so that's the important thing.
hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
Slowly but surely. You've been loving Araxia since being in stream last time and getting the Araxia ability, so my Castle Shell's so hung with her. Yeah, it's true. It is. It's very good. Hiya. Nothing. Oh. No. No. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. No. Can't move. I saw Reb playing Deadlock this weekend and it was like, oh no, Deadlock. It's claiming us all. Wouldn't multiple Cernos be Cernai? No, they're Cernice, actually. Sierra Sinclair cosplay? It was a thing, alright. The mustache was all wrong, though, so clearly terrible cosplay. 0 out of 10.
Got robots inbound.
Would not recommend. I'm joking. Her cosplay, like, the dedication to the insanity that is Reb is admirable. Cernai the science guy? Yes. Coda Bubonico Cernos? Coda Proboscis Cernos. Wait. Coda Proboscis? Oh, I'm bad at words. No, I've never really been a big fan of the Corinth, so I've never done a build for it. And it's purely a skill issue. I'm fully aware it's a skill issue with me and the Cernos. Hey, Chris, welcome back. How you doing today? Kobe Bonico's gonna be a hype? Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one, that's for certain. Do we have all 8? We're missing one. They usually hide one over in here. And there it is. Levels Prime as of yesterday and playing around with gun damage augment. It's been kind of fun when you slap roar instead of his 2. Yeah, that's the one that most people put helmet over. Is his 2? It's very good. Hey, Wesker, welcome in. Welcome on in. Aklex? No, I don't have an Aklex. Tonkor? It exists. I do have a Tonkor build, but just not, like, on a short. Slowly but surely getting all those shorts all figured out, you know? Getting them all done. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a refresh of the Grimoire. You like Lavos' 2? Lavos' 2 is very fun, but like that's the one that most people will helmet over. What's a datum? So what we were collecting are called medallions. They have different names depending on the faction. Marks, medallions, datums, and so on and so forth. Like each of these factions has a different named token that you pick up off the ground. And what you do is when you go into these people at the relay, you can trade in these tokens for reputation. And the important thing is that it's standing. It's outside of your daily standing cap. So when you do those missions, you can you get extra standing for just playing, and that's outside of the daily standing cap. And then you can also turn in these datums here for standing as well. But because these are outside of your daily standing cap, it means even though my daily standing cap is gone, I can still get this 500 rep. So what that means is whenever a new Prime Axis comes out, which is when a new Prime Warframe comes into the game, their parts get split up between relics, and those relics pop up in relic packs, which then you can use reputation to buy. And that's the reason why we do the dailies every day, so that I have a couple million reputations saved up for whenever a new Prime Axis comes out, and I can buy all the relics I need. Also, Tara, thank you very much for the 12 months Prime. Super appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. We'll be right back. I'm just going to quick. I'm also going to go feed the cat, so I'll be back in a few minutes here. Back. Okay, let's take a look at what people have been sending us. We got Zaku from Rainy Fish. What you got? Brief Respite, catalyzing shield, so you're doing shield gating stuff, arcing concentration to steal shields and overguard to boost up your shield gating a little bit, or sorry, concentration is duration, not circumvent. Duh. Multi-augmented for more power strength. Yeah, so I assume you're just doing classic shield gating stuff here with rolling guard. Nourish over the 3, makes sense. Helps out with energy, also helps out with damage on your weapons, plus Zaku's Zaz Whisper is an excellent combination. Hey, Revan, 35 streak, heck yeah. Yeah, looks good to me. Looks good to me. Dials, what you got? Ooh, very good looking Uriel. Ooh, I can't wait for the new cape to come out. The remastered version that people are going to be able to buy. Can't wait for that one. Anything you should change here? You don't have Sharp Shot maxed out, only rank 1. No worries, let's take a look. I actually prefer Deadhead over Sharp Shot personally, but that's because I'm bad at landing shots, so, you know, it's kind of one of those. You can, hey Jordan, bye Jordan. You can use split flights on here from a multi-shot, which is highly recommended. This is multiplicative on here, so Deadhead plays very well into it. Unseen Dread for further crit chance and crit damage, or critical damage, my apologies. And also gives you invisibility. Yeah, looks good. The only thing I would say is maybe try split flights instead of galvanized chamber. Ooh, nice Garo Wesker. I really love that pink on there. That looks nice. Ooh, creepy looking. Oh, I didn't realize there was an energy channel there on her. I didn't realize that. That's a really cool looking skin. Good choice with the ephemera as well. Very creepy looking. I like. You don't have split flights, whatever it's called? Okay, so yeah, that shows up with borrow, so don't worry about that too much. But just sort of like as a future next thing to grab. Okay, what do we got on the calendar? Enemies with melee weapons, Scaldra troops with abilities, Eximus, Tekrot with abilities, enemies with abilities, Tekrot with melee. Perfect! All Excal. Excal. Oops, is that the right one? Nope, it was not the right one. Rauta. Do I do Archimedia? Yeah, I do it every week. I just like to do these first before Archimedia because you can get some of these buffs to help out with ETA. Enemies with melee. Easy. Diary, dear diary. Try to send messages in Warframe chat. Just follow the instructions there. And then you just grab the... In order to send the link, you just grab the link from your... Whoops. Arsenal. What? Oh. It's not the ephemera, it's the Syandana. The Tenokon Syandana is getting remastered and available for other people to get. DS Move, how you doing? And Jay the Most, welcome on in too. How you doing? Bow, 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 bow. Ah, chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Eh, choppity, chop, 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 chop. This is the knife. What do we think will be the next Tenokon pack? Great question. Maybe we'll find out in this dev stream. Maybe we'll see what's in the Tenokon pack this dev stream. Can't wait to see. Hey up. So the Rauta is not the greatest, but it's good for like, its unique trait makes it so that its shots will give you melee combo counter. But like ultimately I just use it because it's the weapon that I use for my melee builds, and I just always have dexterity applied to it. So like that's literally the only use case for it for me. It's not the greatest weapon. Is this Archimedean? No, this is just the Helvania calendar. Getting that done here. Because the Helvania calendar will give us buffs that we can then use to make ETA a little bit easier. So that's why I always start with this first. And then go from there. Hey, Psycho. They're going to share more on the Kuba Ghoul Saw. That, I believe, is on the schedule. Is showing off those new adversary weapons. The Ghoul Saw, the Quanta, and the Bubonico. I believe is being shown off on the dev stream. Which should be pretty good times. Are we done? We are. What's up, Phil? How you doing? You've Mason and Korra, but there's also an energy debuff, so it's also problematic. Yeah, you always got to plan around that stuff, right? Let's see the Ghoul Saw getting some love. I would really like to see the Ghoul Saw get some stance improvements. Certainly could use some stance improvements in my mind. Wee! Ow. Wee! Excuse me. Holy crap, that optimization pass really did a great job here. They did a good job with this optimization pass, that's for certain. It's running so much better. So much better. Hey, Kitsune, how you doing today? What's wrong about Ureli? She's actually good? Yeah, I know Ureli's good. Ureli's incredible. Good weapon platform, highly survivable, good damage. Exalted Blade also counts as an ability? Yep, all Exalted weapons count for both abilities and weapons for these challenges. So, it just makes it a nice, simple way to get all of these done. Which one's stronger? Excalibur, Wukong? Definitely Excalibur. Yeah. Like, damage output, Excalibur is better. For Exalted weapons, right? Like, we're not including other weapon types or like that, but if we're just sort of going Exalted weapon versus Exalted weapon, Excalibur is much better. And the reason why didn't it register your melee's regulators? Oh, I don't know. That's very odd. Free electricity damage, you say? Don't mind if I do. Figuring out how to make this dread build better? You got this. So the reason why I say Exalted Blade is better than Wukong's Iron Staff is Exalted Blade has a 75-meter range and infinite body punch through and infinite punch through on terrain. So it makes it very simple for dishing out the damage and doing wide areas of damage. Chop, 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 chop. Hey, chop, 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 chop. Whee! So like I can see on my enemy radar that there's enemies up there, and I can hit them from down here. Do I run dexterity arcanes when I'm playing Ash? No, because on Ash's blade, I run what's the one from Whisper in the Walls that on finisher attacks it gets combo counter. Starts with a C. Crescendo. I run Crescendo. So that keeps the combo counter of the weapon up for the finisher stoof. Where are the Eximus? I just want to cut you up and bleed. Oh, there's one. Huh? Oh, okay, yeah, it's working. Helps a lot. Yeah, but if you just, you know, the finisher attacks will just automatically go there. Keep the combo counter up at maximum, so that's why I go with Crescendo. I didn't mean to drain my combo. Hey, Tazzy, how you doing today? Mr. Excal running. Hey, all right, how you doing, dude? Mods, can we shout out Yuri, please? Pretty please. Doing good. How doing daily trades? Ooh, very fun. Dexterity isn't for melee, it's primary and secondaries, yes, but what I'm saying is if you're going for just the combo counter, then you can use Crescendo, and then you don't have to worry about your combo counter because Ash's fourth ability does finisher attacks, which is kind of the whole thingy with it. Thank you very much, May. Appreciate you. No, I can't pronounce words, and I'm bad at pronouncing it. But Uri's a good friend. Uri's cool. Go check out Uri, the master of Plat. And Big Bishop, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. For these weekend challenges, you use Gara. Max range works really well too. Yeah, I like Umbra. That's all. Korra works really well for these. Gara, Atlas, Valkyr, anyone with an exalted weapon, obviously. Exalted melee if you want to do both melee challenges and the damage challenges. Can't wait for TunnelCon any longer. I know, I can't wait. I can't wait. Dexterity helps your non-melees. That's very true. If you're wanting to play around with those, the dexterity arcanes, I tend to just sort of default to other weapon arcanes. So that's why I try to offload the combo counter onto... Where did you come from? Offload the combo counter to Crescendo rather than dedicating my melee, my primary and secondary arcanes to the combo duration for the ability. Are we done here? Yes, we are. Hey, Astral, how you doing today? Which one of these complex flames work with a simple kit with a simple kit is worse, Loki or Equinox? Very different play styles. Honestly, I don't think either of them are worse. They're just different tools, right? While airborne enemies have a chance of reviving his allied specters, health orbs, explosion. Yeah, why not? Allied specters. Attack with abilities. Easy. I would say out of those two, I prefer Loki over Equinox, but Equinox has like some really interesting builds. Obviously can go super high into AoE nuking with her fourth ability on day form, and night form is an incredibly durable tanky build. Thank you. Been my #1 news Warframe news source for about a year. Ooh, very good. Well, welcome on in. Happy to have you. All right. For far too long. Far from your hate. What's this challenge? Attacker with abilities. Easy. Both are very good though. Oh, definitely. just like all things in Warframe, right? Like, there's no bad Warframes. There's no bad sort of, you know, everything in Warframe can work if you're brave enough or stupid enough to make it work, you know? Like, you can make a Stug damage cap. Zionic, how you doing? Hey, Shadow, how are you today? Welcome in, Gingers. How you doing today? Banshee? Oh, yeah, Banshee's great. Like, would I like to see a Banshee rework? Absolutely. I would love for her to be a little bit better, but, you know, it's certainly not a bad frame by any stretch of the means. She could use some love. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. My apologies. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And so sit tight, and we'll be back in a second. Show me my Excalibur build. I have the build over on the channel in a video, including the, in this case, I'm using the Panzervolt Pfeile. And the build also has the Exalted Blade in it. So if you give me a hot second here, I will get you a link to that video. I must be done this, right? I am. And here is the Excalibur build. And here's the Panzervolt Pfeile build for you. Getting lectured by friends because you've been explaining to them why you indefinitely prefer slower paced combat and fast paced combat in gaming. That's why you're not really into Warframe as much as others, and that's totally fair, yeah. Guards you pick for Lazy 99 calendars or abilities, skill with melee, hold one. Yeah, exactly. It's just different ways to play it. I just prefer Excalibur for this. Not really for any particular reason. I just, you know, I like Excalibur. 500 enemies with abilities. Easy. Arcane Commissado working with every frame that summons any type of minions. There is specific abilities that counts, and the wiki page for Commissado has all that, what frames and what abilities count as minions for Commissado. So, like, some don't, but most do. How come I don't rank up? Honestly, because there's no reason for me to do it, and now it's just a bit. There's not a reason for me to level up my mastery rank above LR4. In fact, there's no real reason for me to do it above LR5. Where's the Panzer link? It's just a few messages up there. Did it not copy over? Yep, it's just a few messages up there. Uriel's the biggest winner of Commissado. I would say that, like, I'd say the biggest winner for Commissado is probably, probably Caliban, honestly. And if it's not Caliban, then it's probably Necros. Snickle Fritz, welcome in. How you doing today? You want to see Necros rework so it could be pain points in playing a multi-missions? You only see the Excal. It's literally the link, the message I sent after. There you go. Caliban uses Commissado better. I personally think that Caliban uses Commissado better, but it's more to do with, it's less to do with the Commissado giving them movement speed and more to do with that Caliban really values high strength, because Caliban summons scale their level scales off of strength. So they end up just doing more damage the more strength you have in like multiple different ways, because their level scales and also their damage scales. So that's really the reason why, is because you can lock in that extra 60% power strength into there, and which can be very, very beneficial. Here is go burr, here is do go burr. Thermal Sunder on frames that don't steal damage alone is overrated. No, I think it serves its purpose, right? So the Thermal Sunder on Haro, for instance, is to be able to actively to sort of easily farm and finish off like ESO. because the first ability has less of a cooldown in ESO than the other abilities. And his third ability, of course, regenerates you energy on kill. So then you do Thermal Sunder to get the kills. And then his third ability regenerates your energy instantaneously. And it just creates a very nice gameplay loop for low-level nuking. And that's really where the strength of it is. It's less to do with its actual damage and more to do with the sort of functionality, the overall functionality of it. But that said, Thermal Transfer is a really, really good weapon improvement helmet where you will be able to get Blast on your weapons, and Blast is really strong. Along with Gas are both probably two of my favorite builds there. Summons millions any sort of bubble, you can't shoot through it. Yeah, they do need to fix that. That's been a bug for a long time. So I do hope that they fix that with Necros. Should have used Umbra instead of Valkyr. I use Valkyr or Umbra depending on how I'm playing. You can also use it to power up your heat procs. Yeah, that too if you want to go that route. Or if you wanted to take advantage of cold for the extra critical chance. Can be very, very strong there. Or critical damage, my apologies. Valkyr's our baby. I love Valkyr. She's great fun. Pick any frame she found interesting. She chose content, Nezha and Ureli. Very nice. That every frame is viable at any level content. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the nice thing about Warframe is there's no, we don't have binary answers for problems in Warframe. Right? We have lots and lots of different options. Thermal on Uriel seems like a meme build to you. It's mainly for the weapon damage. Right? So you play a weapon platform Uriel with Thermal Sunder and Thermal Transfers, then you give your weapons blast and heat damage, or heat, double heat, or heat and cold, or you know? So it's more to do with the Thermal Transfer augment than Thermal Sunder. Sir Nepenthez? Something along those lines. Hi, Beth! Hi! How are you? The wiki and Comsado mentions all frames, but not Araxia. It definitely works on Araxia, or it was working on Araxia. So that's very odd that that doesn't mention that. Busy Bee, how am I? I'm okay. I've been better, but I'm managing. I am managing. Just kind of beating back a bit of a health problem that I've neglected, so getting that all sorted out and should hopefully be fine in the next week or two. But it's just sort of an ongoing process, as you will. Shivering Contagion, or the cold one is really, really good. Because it will give you multiplicative damage based off of cold effects. Otherwise, I would say just whatever damaging arcane you feel like using. You know, flare, anything like that. Can Clan Dojo weapons have incarnants? Yes, the Atomos, for instance, is a Clan Dojo weapon that has an incarnate. And I know that there's... are we done? We're done. And sorry, Ginger, I missed a few of your longer messages there. Apparently nuts because mates and I yesterday all hopped to Comey and did Seal Pass Circuit, managed to survive 6.5 hours. That's so long. That's so long. Oh yeah, I can't wait for Araxia Prime. That's another one. You know, Atomos is one of those that's been around for a while. Did I rate the Sabere Ribbon yet? Long ago you sent that. I have a name that I'm thinking of. Which I believe Secondary Shiver is that the Duveri one? I have forgotten where Secondary Shiver comes from. Head. You know, the usual. On it, yeah, and Longbow Sharpshot's very good on it. Like running split flights on it so that it gets 400% multi-shot, which is just hilarious. You need to screw around with new arcanes because at the moment you exclusively use anything but nothing but Enervate or Fortifier for all your secondaries. Yeah, that's the problem with secondaries is like they're stacked for arcane choices. Do I use Berserker Fury? I typically will always do Berserker Fury over Primed Fury or any other attack speed mod. There's very, very few cases in my mind where you would want to use something other than Berserker Fury. So I just always default to Berserker Fury personally. Magnetic Rush? Yeah, Magnetic Rush I usually throw on as well. Because at that point it's more for the magnetic, and then the extra attack speed is just kind of nice. Deadhead's easier to use? Yeah, Deadhead I find to be a little bit easier to use. The less conditions on that type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, Longbow Sharpshot is technically the stronger arcane. Like, I'm fully aware of that. But again, I am bad at landing the headshots, I'm bad at leading my shots, so it's a playstyle adjustment that I made to help with that. Personally, a quickening enjoyer, yeah, and the quickening is like a really solid because the extra combo counter can be incredibly strong, and it's 40% extra attack speed, so it's, you know, not bad in any way, shape, or form. But I just tend to prefer Berserker Fury just in general. Sharpshot's harder to grab, yeah, and that's the other thing. Sharpshot is a little bit less accessible, and by little bit I mean significantly less accessible. Chop, 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 chop. Melee influence with gas. Yes. I tend to default to easier as well. You play on your PC and console, and fine grain aiming much harder on console side, or your controller skills are worse. Yeah, and see, for me, it's like I know that it's higher damage, but it's just a purely play style thing. Landing those headshots can be a little bit annoying for me in the way that I play, so I just don't bother trying. I lean into other damage sources or other damage ones. Primary Fulmination can crit compress with Enervate, can do some really funny damage numbers. You've seen bubbles explode for billions? Yeah. Yeah. It's real funny. Wow. Omniformer. Can I check your Valak fashion? If you send it over, I'll take a look. A Saber Ribbon. Crit chance, crit damage, heavy attack efficiency. Okay, so typically speaking with the Saber, you're going for like a heavy slam build. You can do just a normal slam build with it because the Incarnon is all about slams on the Saber. But I can't remember if it is heavy slams. Yeah, it is heavy slams. So, I mean, you can play around that -1 because, of course, you could just go into like Reflex and Corrupted Charge for increasing your initial combo counter, which then the heavy attack efficiency doesn't matter or do anything. So like you could certainly use this, but you just got to keep in mind that you probably need to build around it with initial combo counter mods like Galvanized Reflex and Corrupted Charge. So certainly not a bad ribbon. Like I probably wouldn't keep rolling it, but you do just need to like think about what you're doing there. Crushing Ruin's also good with the spin. Yeah, but I don't think the spin does a heavy attack. Because it's specifically on the Saber, it's heavy slam. I don't think that it does heavy slams on those attacks. Or Ready Steel with Galvanized Reflex? Yes. That as well. Who's Lavosh? Who's Lavosh is this? Witch Doc. We got a Lavosh. Okay, Roar over the 2, Impetus. So with Impetus, since you put Roar over the 2, you are going to be missing out on a number of status effects, so Impetus might not be the best choice here. Because you've got Heat, Electric, Toxin, and then... So you're going to have, what, 7 status effects total here? So just keep that in mind. Impetus might not be the best choice. You might want to go into, like, Molta Augmented. But if you're doing it for the extra efficiency for the... Transmutation Probe cooldown reduction, I understand why low then. Why is your efficiency 145? Huh? You don't have anything that should be dumping your efficiency. This should be 160 here. What the hell? What? Okay, maybe it's just like a visual glitch. I would drop fleeting expertise for just a streamline if you want the efficiency. Looking at range? I am looking at range. You're right. Because I forgot that it bounces things around and its efficiency is usually right under duration. Derp. Whoops. Now, realistically speaking, I would probably drop fleeting expertise for just a streamline and get that duration up a little bit more. But then what I would do also on top of that is I would replace primed V for adaptation, and I would replace augur message for umbral vitality or archon vitality, because then you'll be applying 2 heat effects with this. And that's probably what the direction I would go here instead. So like I would replace this with like Archon Vitality, or replace this with Archon Vitality so that this is applying 2 heat effects, and I would drop this so that you can get a little bit higher duration on stuff. Because that will also work for this duration, it'll work for this duration, so you can just get a little bit more out of it. Because also your efficiency is going to be a little bit higher from here, so you'll have some pretty significant cooldown reduction. And then Arcane Circumvent's great for your shields, your armor, and also Overguard Theft as well. Yeah, that's probably what I would do on that build there, Witch. Loneliest, what do we got? Dulzoran, initial combo, electric, status chance. Hey, it's literally just a better 60-60. Nothing to complain about. The rest of this looks good. Yeah, nothing to really say. Yeah, nothing to say. Looks good to me. Bassist here on this build. I wouldn't run Seeking Fury. This weapon has infinite body punch through, so you don't need punch through. So I would probably not run Seeking Fury here. This is multiplicative on here, so having point blank here makes sense. Scattering Inferno, cold status chance, reload speed, minus fire rate. Oh, I would keep rolling that, yeah. I like having high fire rate on this weapon. Like, I like running Magnetic Strafe with no negative to the fire rates, so I would probably keep rolling that. You'd be looking for, like, multi-shot, status chance. You could go into the crit status hybrid as well if you got it. But I would say, like, multi-shot, status chance, an element of choice, fire rate are all good stats on a Riven for this in my mind. How do you tell if Gunco is multiplicative or additive on a gun? I just go to the wiki page. The wiki page is very well maintained by community members for that. But the other way to tell is if it's a projectile-based weapon. So if it's a hit scan weapon, it's basically always going to be a... if it's a hit scan weapon, it's basically always going to be additive. If it's a projectile-based weapon, it has the chance to be multiplicative. So that's kind of another way to sort of initially get started in telling, and then you can go from there. The wiki's great unless you're looking at decorations. Very true. Instead of Seeking Fury, I would probably say another element on here. Right, you got heat here and cold here. You could get another solo element here. Like I would go electric or toxin. I would go electric because electric has a prime on the shotguns. And then I would go toxin on here. So you got blast, radiation, magnetic, and corrosive status effects that you can proc very easily with the alt fire. Ollie, what you got? A piranha? Okay, so you're doing crit status hybrid, looks like. Where's your crit chance, friend? Enervate, there's your crit chance. Merciless gunfight, pistol pestilence. So you're going heat corrosive. And with a little bit of punch through is never bad. Also, the punch through really helps with its unique traits so you can get those kills in order. The rest of this looks good, yeah. You might be finding that you're not having... You might be finding that you're having damage issues with just galvanized shots. So make sure like you're bringing a status priming companion so that you can get more status effects on the enemies. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community to a sub to turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a second. Bye. Gonna go berserk. How you doing? Let's wait for this ad break to be over and then we'll keep taking a look at some stuff here. It's used with your hound? Yeah, then you're fine. For status priming only. Yeah. Because I always find with the piranha, it's the getting the damage ramped up is always the problem with it in order to activate its unique trait with going akimbo. So if you're just leaning on galvanized shot, you need to have a status priming companion to get some more status variety to increase your damage by the 120% per status effect. So that's the reason why I say that. And if you got an answer to that problem, that build looks fantastic. Okay, redacted, your Ash. Ooh, I like that. I think I would make this a little bit darker though. This sort of green color. Maybe like just one shade darker. Would I though? I don't know. I think I would try to just see what it looks like with one shade darker so that the blue and the gold stand out a little bit more, but it's certainly not bad looking at all. Ooh, love this Hydroid redacted. I love that. Wolverine inspired. Ooh, very Wolverine inspired. Very cool. Love that. Ooh, putty. Kitsune, what you got? Dread, Governor Scope, Aptitude. It's multiplicative, so that's very good. Elementalist, what are you running on here for elements? Cold. So then it's going into Blast. And then you have Blast and Slash. That should be good enough. I would recommend, obviously, the primed Crow rounds when you can. Unseen Dread for some more critical damage. Galvanized Scope for your crit chance. Multi-shot crit damage. Not bad at all, because this is also multiplicative, so that's great. And then Deadhead plays into the multiplicative quite well there. I would maybe drop this, realistically speaking, though, for like more crit chance and just go harder into that. But I get if you're going for like the status side of things, this is a very, very good choice. And I assume you're going into Blast. I would, however, recommend getting the Prime Crow rounds if you have it. But otherwise, your build looks great. There's nothing really to say here. You may want to go for like something like stabilizer here in your Exila slot on the weapon, just to make things a little bit easier with the minus accuracy from that guy. Who do I main in Deadlock? I need to learn more about what character I want to play in Deadlock, because the characters I was playing wasn't suiting how I was finding myself playing, so I need to do more figuring out. I think I'm going to be much more like frontline tank type thing, so that's going to be like Billy, Victor, Abrams, like those kind of things. Range, critical chance, minus slash. Ooh, that's certainly not bad. Damage Grenadier, crit chance, plus slash, minus crit on slide. I mean, I like this one better personally, because I really value range, but also I don't know how, the follow through is a little bit low on there, so just keep that in mind. So the range isn't as valuable. And minus slash on here is a little bit rough. The slash procs on these scythes are really, really beefy. So I would probably actually lean towards this one, because it's boosting up the slash procs. And like IPS mods aren't that great, but this is crit chance and then bonus damage Grenier, which is both good. Baza Prime? That's a lot of fire rate. Mother of God. Why are you putting so much fire rate on here? Seek help. You're gonna pull the trigger and lose your magazine at the same time. Your Mesa appearance, Jude Ollie. Ooh, very nice monochrome look. You like McGinnis a lot? Yeah, I do like McGinnis. I like my turrets. I do like my turrets. Alrighty. What you got? Noko and Uriel? Oh, my boys. I think we're gonna go with Uriel. And what do we got for weapons wise? We got the Ferox, we got the Vidaria, we've got the Piranha, the Sciotid, and the Galarak. All right, so we got some options there. I mean, I do love the Vidaria with a lot of fire rate. Vidar. There we go. I do like the Vidaria with a bunch of fire rate, and I do like the idea of the Piranha as our backup, and I do like the idea of the Galarak. And what do we got here? Defense, assassination, Legocyte, lose health while moving, melee combo chance, energy reduction, ammo restore drops, and gears reduced by that. Okay, so we'll go like that. We'll hit that unlock. Was that really too much fire rate? It was a bit of fire rate, yeah. Like I say, harvest, balloons, if ever on gas, that's all fine. And what do we got for the tank? Reinforcements will arrive during the fight. First Scaldra on the Techrot. All enemies are replaced with Scaldra and move much faster. Slow moving Immortal to vary. Actually, you know what? We're going to... Yeah, we'll go with that. That's fine. Okay, who wants to join me for ETA? Got room for 2. Room for 3, I mean. Judali? Voyage? What are you going for on Dakota Basses, Riven? Depends if you're going into the crit side or if you're going into the status side. If you're going to status, multi-shot status chance, damage, status element of your type, fire rate, and if you're going into crit chance, multi-shot, crit chance, crit damage, fire rate are all good choices. The tank. Okay, so we got to be a little bit careful in the tank fight. Remember, you got to move around in the mission. You can't just be standing still. So you got to wander about. Here. I don't think that's saying elite. So we'll just do this one to be safe. There we go.
Make sure we get a gold.
For the advice on Labos, swap the streamline and swap impetus. At least give the impetus a try first. Right? Like, I just don't... I think you're probably getting 7 status effects rather than 10 status effects with that. So just keep that in mind that you're not getting as many. Or you're getting 6. 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so you're getting 6 rather than 10. So you're only getting, you know, not the full amount of impetus. Witcher, you can also, of course, check the VODs if you want to scrub back and find it when I was talking about it. WWE. See. And away we go. Hey, Echo, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. You got damage, multi-shot, status duration. Yeah, status duration isn't as great these days, but like multi-shot and damage isn't bad because again, it's a multi-gun-co weapon, right? Don't forget it's knife step. If you're on your bike and not jumping, you're gonna kill yourself. Be careful. I see all of you dying very slowly. Wait, oh, whoops. Oh my lord. Let me. Oh, now I gotta like actually land my shots. Oh no. Bop, bop, bop. Oh no, I gotta land shots. Okay, you know what? Fine, we'll just piranha this. Since I clearly can't land headshots to save my life, or land shots in general. But the Vidari will be useful for the boss fight, so that's fine. Now you shoo Dendro away, but I like Dendro. Poor Dendro. Oh? Oh.
back because of this one event.
Delete. I mean, that was a Hildren Deleticist. Super spreader, no! Be gone. Whee! Needs more fire? Always needs more fire. Down we go. Your Atlas sucks. Ah, it's all right. We vibing. We have a Hildren? Yep. Oh yeah, it'll be fine, don't worry. Whee! I need to rebuild my Piranha, I think. This whisper thing is so annoying. What are you doing wrong? You just type /W space Zenosfire to send a private message, just like any MMO. Hey, Amp, how you doing? Making some lunch? Ooh, what's for lunch? Tuna sandwich? Ooh, I love sandwich. Nothing crazy? Sounds good though. Never say no to sandwiches. God. Ooh. Ain't nothing wrong with sandwich. There we go. Round one, ease. Nice and simple. Ooh, an elemental ice. I'll never say no to elemental vices. Bow down down. Bow 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 bow. Bow 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 down. You need hotshot, please, DE. Sorry, only escapist.
Site ancestral memory runs across multiple timelines. Nobody knows how to do it.
So I get to round them up and sift through their brains. I guess it's honest work.
I have no idea why. Did that pufferfish do a Vayhek impression? No, he did a pufferfish impression. Where's my Scooby Snackums? That's not a Scooby Snackum. Where's my Scooby Snackums? Scooby Snack. Uh-oh. Scooby. Scoop, 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 scoop. Wait, that's not the Scooby Snack? That's a Scooby Snack. Scooby Snack! Ooh, double Legasite. Ain't that so fun? True. Hi, today, Shroom. Did we get them both? We did. Oh, ooh. Oh, almost died.
I swear these things are getting smarter.
Each new generation
Wait, hold on. If I'm flying, do I get knife stepped? I do? Why do I get knife stepped when I'm flying? Why am I just losing health? Actually, legitimate. Why am I losing health? I'm just no. There's something wrong. I'm just standing still and I'm losing. Oh, the poison air. Right. Yeah. I was like, what? Oh, right, the poison air. It's okay. Just the most important thing for you to do right in this mission is just make sure you stay alive. Between Hildren and me. And like grab one of these here. Like, huh? Oh, grab one of those there if you need it so that you don't take damage. Just hold it in your hands. Whee! Don't you love it when they go invisible the moment that they spawn? God, ooh. Burn! You might be making a horrible decision. Nah, you're good. You're not making any bad decisions. Buying a rank 5? Okay, maybe have you gotten to the point where you can do whatchamacallit? Steel Path? Because you might want to try fishing for stuff first. Yeah, the good old Phosphor trade-in might be worth your time. And generally speaking, I would always recommend to try the Gamba first because, you know, if you got the spare credits and you got the spare duplicates of Arcanes, you might as well. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Oh, that was one. I know you're in there somewhere. I know you're in there somewhere. There we go. And skedaddle to the extractamo. Best arcane for Voster farm? Honestly, it's the stage defense. Stage defense in 99 because you get them every 3 waves, and then you also would get whatchamacallit? Acolytes. No ads on YouTube? No, you just get ads at random times. You just get them randomly. Every once in a while, YouTube will be like, surprise ad. Cascade with a mod drop? Yeah, that too. Cascade with a mod drop chance booster is the best way. But if you aren't doing Cascade, stage defense. Very good point, Voyage. Are we also doing EDA? We'll be switching out squads for EDA, yes. But we will be doing EDA.
Needs us to scrap one of Victor's new toys.
Unless ad blocker? Oh no, what about my whole 30 cents of ads? My whole 3 pennies of ads. Oh no. Hey, no, 3 cents of a cent. It's like, it's very, very small amount per viewer. Obviously, it matters more the more viewers you have because, you know, scale and economies. Am I dead? Remember, you can't stay still in this mission because the little gremlin guys. Standing still will immediately get you killed. So you do got to be a little bit careful about that. Come down. Don't mind it. Yeah, exactly. And you know, it's appreciated nonetheless. Any and all support is, of course, appreciated. Oh, I'm out of energy. Is this even the right way at this point? Zenos is famous? Oh, I'm definitely not that. Definitely not that. In any way, shape, or form. I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude playing another dude. Hello? Oh, it's over here. Come on down! Just a dude being bro? Yep. Precisely. That's not what I picked up, but thank you. Okay, not sure what happened there. That was odd. Ten shots. We doing EDA? Yeah, well, I'll be doing EDA. I don't know if you're doing EDA with me. If you're lucky, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, of course. Yep, just like every Tuesday, we're doing EDA, ETA, all that goodies. Sophia, how are you? That moment when you realize that the tank has multiple body parts that you can use the Vidaria, hit it multiple times to activate its unique trait. Ain't that neat? Wow. Rude, Terra. Rude. But thank you for the biddies.
Here, what did you do?
So this is my fault too.
You know what? I wonder if that will hit the tank's weak points or not. You want to chill out, bro? Stop screaming at us. Oh my lord, why does this tank eat all of my frame rates? Just you and your medicinal? Is this your service pet? Hi, this is my service pet. Oh, it doesn't hit the abilities. It doesn't hit the weak points. He doesn't eat his walkies? True. I can't see any of the weak points. Give me it. Give me it. Give me. Give me.
Whoa. You know the colors are fun. Whatever you did, it set up timeline right now.
Whee! Gotta clean out the ticks and fleas once a week. What are you doing in your life, Dev, to clean an animal weekly of fleas? I have so many more questions about that now. Blue Shard, there hasn't been a Flynn here. Oh, we did get an Omniform though, so I suppose. There was no Flynn here this week. Maybe your worst ETA? That's alright, you're doing fine. Did we get the mission done? That's all that matters. Oh, W-N-I-N-G.
The lingering bubblegum odor. Fun.
So you tried longbow sharp shot on the dread? Holy hell. Yeah, like I said, if you can land the headshots, it's really good. Really good if you can land the headshots. Does Nice Step work on with children's flying? You're not walking, so yes. All right, Fort Lloyd Dials. What do we got? A Vobin. Ooh. Although I think I would move the Signa up a little bit more, but also that just might be the stance that you have with the Haro stance. He's looking down, so it's not, you know, as eye level. So that could just be a stance thing, but I love that green. Vobin build. Redirection. How are you rebuilding your shields? Is my only question here, Dials. Decent range, or good range, high range, good duration, decent strength, roar, molt augmented for more strength. I would probably look at getting something to, like, get you shields here, Dials. Because having more shields is great, but how are you replenishing your shields? Right? You don't need to? I mean, if you don't think you need to, that's up to you. And then an enemy pops in and slaps you in the face. Yeah, I mean, if you don't find any survivability problems, then yeah, that should be perfectly fine. He doesn't get hit that often. I mean, I find that I usually would need to have some shield gen on Vobin, but if you don't find that's a problem, then that's not a problem, obviously. The only thing I would say is obviously switch out enemy radar for corrosive projection, right? Help out with the Tesla Nervos damage, help with the mine layers damage. All the rest of it looks good. I would say, like, survivability would be my biggest concern on that build. A Nasi and a Nasi, something along those lines. Your Ash. Ooh, I like that. Me likes. Strun. Shotgun barrage, point blank. So you're gonna go for some fire rate there. I think you have too much fire rate here. I would probably drop shotgun barrage. I think you're going too hard on the fire rate on this build. Because it is a very, it's, you know, slow, it's one shell per time reload magazine. So I would maybe, you know, maybe not run this much fire rate. You're going to be running out of charge pretty bad. Running out of ammo pretty heavily there. Electricity and magnetic, perfectly fine. I would probably say, like, you also probably don't need this. I would replace this with, like, maybe go corrosive heat and replace these ones here. Is it worth it to put this on instead of the armaments? Yeah, duh. This is gonna be more fire rate, or this is gonna be more damages overall. Yeah, this is better than vigilante armaments by all regards. This will be close to 100% multi-shot, maybe 70, maybe 80, and then that damage should be like 160, and then the magazine capacity. Yeah. Revan, you're bursting. Hammer shot, vital sense, deflected, capacity. Yeah, not a big deal at all. Deadhead, viral, so you're doing viral heat. Yeah, I wouldn't. Looks good. Nothing to say. Eh. I would say some fire rate on here would do you well, though. Like, I would replace Hammer Shot for the Truth mod or Prime Shred. Fire rate goes very, very well on this weapon. Can anyone send these in? Yes, Vito. Status, multi-shot, damage. Yeah, the status duration. Hey, Fenrir, how you doing? The status duration is a stat that I just don't really care for. I know that some people really like it for certain builds and certain styles, but I just don't value it at all. The rest of that looks good, though. Toxin, damage, multi-shot. This I like a lot better. Because you can go into a crit stats hybrid on here, and it's actually quite potent. And then you're replacing a 60-60 toxin mod, and you're gaining multi-shot out of it. These are Rivens that are, like, easy replacements for mods that already exist on your weapon, are some of my favorite Rivens in the game. And this is replacing a 60-60 toxin, giving you critical damage and multi-shot, both things that the best is happy to have. So, like, that is a very, very good choice there. Do you have to put in the PC? No, it's just for sending a private message, just like this. Just copy and paste that into the game. Minus the space in front of the W, or the slash there. Chicken nuggets! Ooh, very cool looking. I like. Very pretty. Mesa Prime. Mesa's Waltz, Streamline, Archon Stretch, Reeve over the 1. So that's going to be your status cleanse and your health and shield regeneration. Impetus, I assume on your Impetus you have something on your pistols. Hopefully it is, what's that one? What's it called? Encumber, secondary encumber. If you're wanting to run Impetus here. I would also say that you probably don't need Streamline on here because Impetus should be solving that for you for both strength and a significant chunk of efficiency. But if you're wanting to get higher efficiency so that you aren't draining as much energy so that you can use Reef more frequently and whatnot, I get where you're coming from. I would say you probably don't need Rolling Guard, but Equilibrium would do well here because you don't have any energy regeneration on here. Because remember, Archon Stretch, when you're in your 4th ability, you can't regenerate energy at all. These are channeled abilities, so you aren't, I would say, probably just put on a regular Stretch in this case. And then I would say, like, Rolling Guard or Equilibrium here. Rainy. Cascade Empowered. Yeah, so what? This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be enough status effects. Plus the occasional 7th from the electricity on magnetic shield break stuff. Magnetic Might, Scorch, Prime Heated Charge. Okay, so you're going heavy into heat. I would probably say switch these around so that you have heat as a solo element rather than gas and cold. But that's about it. If you helmet over Chorus 3, does Venari default to attack form? To my knowledge, that's the case, yes. And then for this last one, Lethal Torrent. And I would say get some more multi-shot on here, but you would have to replace Scorch. So I'll go Lethal Torrent, Galvanized Shot here. Or Galvanized, whatchamacallit. Oh, you also don't have any neutral damage on here, which is problematic. Yeah, you don't have any neutral damage here. But at the very least, I would say get some attack speed on here. Lethal Torrent, and then either Galvanized Shot or Galvanized Chamber. Right, Mesa's 4 really, really likes high fire rate. Bonds boy, what you got? We got ourselves a Grendel with the Bellicose. You've got lots of health. I would say don't use Vigor here. I would, in fact, rather, if it was me, I would go into Triple Umbral here rather than using Vigor. The rest of it looks fine, though. I would say maybe some range, especially since you're using the Gastro. Some range would go very well here. But you're kind of running out of options in mod space. Like, you may want to switch out Primed Flow for range and then just throw on some blue shards for your energy capacity. If Venarius assume, will the augments still work? I don't think that you can, no. Yeah, and Catapult can go up here. That's a very good point as well, Bonds Boy. So, like, I would say get some range on here at the very least. And I would probably replace this for the Triple Umbral combo. Otherwise, best of this looks good. Grendel Prime. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. I like that right a lot, actually. Ureli. Oh, she's putty. She's so putty. Ureli's great. What do we got? Dual Ichor. So this is one of the weapons that has really bad follow through, so you might not want to go into reach. But honestly, if you're going for like afflictions tech, just getting more enemies hit with status effects is kind of what your goal is, so I get where you're coming from. I would say probably, though, I would replace it for Blood Rush. Just to fuel your crit chance some more here. Yeah. Hey, Johnson, how you doing? I would say, probably get some Blood Rush on here. Yeah. Hate for Volt. Okay, so you're doing Shock Trooper tech with Influence, I assume. Yep. Burning Hate, Elementalist. Yeah, those things are really good. Great combo here. Just Pure Heat on here. Perfectly fine. I would say maybe... Because you don't have any attack speed on here, I would maybe replace Volcanic Edge with... oh, you got some attack speed here. Never mind. Status chance, crit chance, attack speed. Ooh, tasty. Honestly, though, I would still go with some more attack speed on here. Like, I would replace this with Magnetic Might. Yeah, I would replace that with Magnetic Might, personally. It's just some attack speed, a little bit more elemental damage there for you. Sammy, a Zephyr. Ooh. Ooh. Volt, that's right. You said you're using it on Volt. That's true. That's true. Ooh, I really like that, actually. It's got, like, old school Gundam vibes to it. Good or bad on the Sporthrix? Debilitate. I personally wouldn't run Debilitate on here because I find that you aren't getting enough status effects to be able to proc the 10. Unless you're comboing it up with a companion that's status priming for you so that you can get that 10 combo rolling, so like a Hound, a Dirigia, Panzervogelfile, or something like that. But I probably wouldn't run Debilitate on here, personally. Blast, Slash, very nice, yeah. This will work very well here. Magnetic Capacity for a little bit more magazine. Galvanized Chamber for the multi-shot. Yeah, looks good to me. Yeah, I'm uncertain about the Debilitate on there. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad here, everybody. I'm also just gonna go stretch my back and drink some water. So we'll be back in a few minutes here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And if you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a few. We're back. How's it going? What's up? Mine. Alrighty. Oh, not the right one. There we go. There we go. Let's see what EDA's got for us now, shall we? Ureli, Corvex. Ooh, Corvex. Don't mind if I do. With a Strun and a bunch of junk. Alrighty, Corvex it is. Corvex. Oh wait, what do we got? Shield recharge, casting ability reduces armor, all abilities are disabled until the squad kills 50 enemies, max energy reduced. Oh, that's rough. Okay. Wow, this is really frustrating. Okay, we can take that. We can take that. Max energy reduced by 75. What's my max energy? What's my max energy? 800. 75%, so 200. So what does that put us at? We should be fine, survivability-wise. Yeah, we should be fine. And let's switch this over to the persistence build. Yeah. Oh, but now we're gonna have much less max energy. Mori for survivability, containment wall. We are immune to status effects, 75. It's gonna be rough, but we'll see how it goes. It's gonna be rough, but we'll see. Strun. Oh, not Strun. Sobek. And yeah, that's fine. The Velox. And the Grigori. Grigori. Hey, Beef, how you doing today? Galbang likes to use. Very good utility. Yeah, send it over. Redacted, you want to join? Redacted. Okay, who else wants to join me for EDA? Disruption. All Groslings are Eximus. Scamcat. And Fenrir. Fenrir, remember your in-game name? It's Isn't it Fenrir with 10 underscores? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey, Time Lord, how you doing? Hey, Tal, welcome back. I mean, yeah, if I like the build, I might do a video on it eventually. 7 stream streak. Tal, I haven't forgotten about your private message. I apologize. I've just been dealing with a lot of stuff outside of work, so I haven't been able to get back to you about that. But I got an idea of how we can make that work. All right, this could be rough. This could be a rough one, but we'll see how it goes. Hey, Skittles, how you doing? Is Corvex strong, or is he stationary and slow frame? I mean, he's very strong, but he does require a little bit of a... he's not very stationary, because obviously you can just resummon the pillars, and I don't play him very stationarily. Whispering so many times, it hasn't worked. Think I might have to join you on a mission and type something in squad chat or open up a whisper like that? Void Lavos, if you want to send me a private message, I'll just open up a whisper to you. It was you, right? No, it was someone else. It was Ty. Sorry, Tal. I was thinking somebody else. Sounds like you might need to reset your game. Yeah, sometimes you got to reset your game. Every once in a while. Sometimes you just need to do a little game restart. Let's wait for everyone to load in and then we'll get going here. Okay, 175. Oh, I'm really low on energy. This is going to be rough. This could be a rough one for me. And we'll just wait for Fenrir to fully load in here and come on over here and then we're good to go. Yeah, Corvex is a ton of fun. Sorry, Tal. It's just my brain. You know me. My brain's broken. Disruption should be relatively easy. would be. Oh, right. I've got gas on this. I don't mean to have gas on this. Well, we should be fine. Yep, persistence. Yeah, if you just want to shoot me what your private name is, what your in-game name is, I'll send you a thing. Oh, it's over there. You don't have energy for the 4? Yep. It's one of those things where you gotta be a little bit careful with your build planning. Deal with so many people, hard to keep up. Yeah, every once in a while my brain's just like, I see a T. And then my brain's like, yes, that person is the same person because they have a T in their name. When in reality, that is very much not the case. Forgot to fix this build. It's not supposed to have gas on it. But it's okay. We'll be fine. There's another key. That's this guy over here. Who's got the key? You do. Status-based weapons aren't necessarily the great. EDA is very easy this week. Yeah, EDA is not doesn't look like it's that hard this week at all. Hey, where are you going with that? Come back! Give me the thing! One day and 11 hours until you can play Nezha. Ooh, he's a good friend. I'm totally not biased, I swear. Swears it. Yeah, I did not bring the right soul back here, unfortunately, but that's all good in the hood. Hey, Winter, been a while. How you doing? Ooh, yeah, I very much did not bring the right soul back. That's all right. We'll manage. Perfect outbreak? Perfect. There you go. Yeah, this is not the right Sobek. Whoopsies. I need it. Easy. Yeah, ETA is real easy this week. This is nice and simple. And the energy problem is because we got a Protea as well as a Styanax, and the universal orbs from me means that we have absolutely no energy problems outside of our max energy. Really enjoyed your Garuda video. Still trying to see how elemental on your 4 cold affects your armor. Maybe missing how to read the armor level. What's your question about that? Because I know that ability quite well. What's your question there? Because that is one of my favorite helmet abilities, just because of the amount of utility that it offers you. Oh, there's a docket over here. Oops, stuck on and nothing. A lot of people underestimate Trinity, but you understand why a lot of people don't play her. Yeah, it's just kind of personal preference. Like, she is kind of a bit of a basic frame. You don't see where you can get your armor on Garuda. You get the armor from Vex armor. Cold Elemental Ward will, or sorry, not Vex armor. Cold Elemental Ward will give you armor. So you want to be running it with Cold Elemental Ward if you're wanting to play that style. Trinity has the highest EHP in the game. If she doesn't, she's certainly a contender for it. 75% damage reduction by 75% damage redirection, plus healing on demand, plus all of that. She is an incredibly durable frame. Oh yeah, this is an easy EDA, especially since we got a Wisp here. Nice and simple. Yeah, so Cold Elemental Ward gives you a bunch of armor. And that's kind of where you're getting that armor from. Even more durable than Cry Strength on Valk? Well, technically, yes, because with that, you're more surviving through the passive, like, especially in the later stages, you're surviving more through the passive than you are just through the sort of overall capabilities, I should say. So I would say that that is more. Where can you see your armor level? It'll say the percentages. The armor only applies when the buff is on, so it doesn't show up in your arsenal. So, like, because you need to have the buff on in order to see your armor values, and you can't see the buff on when you don't have the buff on, obviously. So, the easiest way to tell is when you load into a mission, is just take a look at the amount, with the build that I have there, you can tell if it's active and working properly based off of Bulwark, and also, off of Bulwark, and off of, you'll see the persistence turning on. Persistence would be good on Trinity? Oh, persistence would be crazy on Trinity. If you just cast Blessing, and you want to be casting Blessing anyway for the 75% damage reduction, so then it's also healing on top of that, right? Pillage Vauban sounds fun. Pillage Vauban is fun. What we can recommend you look for on the Ghoul Saw Ribbon. The problem is we don't know what the Ghoul Saw, the Kuva Ghoul Saw is going to look like stat-wise. So I can't really give you a recommendation because we don't have all the information yet, right? Typically speaking, when a weapon gets Kuva'd or Koda'd or Tenanted, it becomes a crit status hybrid. So you're probably looking towards something along those lines. So crit chance, crit damage, status chance, multiplicate, things like that. Is it alright if you're looking for a group for EDA? Yeah, of course. We do gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Make the Ghoul Saw viable if they don't do anything about the stance and the animations. Yeah, I agree. They do need to look at the animations and the stance for the weapon. I think that like there's certainly the opportunity for it to be good, but to me, it's one of those things of like it does need a bit of a stance look at, let's say. How did that not hit that guy? You know what would be nice on Corvex? Because I did this for Haro with his Condemn. Is it when you press the wall, it will like be around him as well for the armor strip and the damage volume, so that it's just a little bit more player friendly. I think that would be a nice addition. What's the third mission here? Mirror defense? Oh, this is super easy. Need to head out? Tired to fight through the headache? No worries. You just sit back and you relax. I hope that you are feeling better in the morning, Deuce Lord, and we'll catch you on Thursday. As a reminder, I'm being kidnapped tomorrow. Have yourself a good night. Discord seemingly dropped a new statement regarding their new age verification partners. Yeep. Yeep. Is it already the 27th? No, the 27th is the dev stream. My birthday is tomorrow, and I'm being kidnapped by some friends tomorrow. But the dev stream is on there. They dropped a partner, but they're still doing the age verification. Yeah, like legally they have to do the age verification because of like Australia and a few other countries are doing age verification laws. But it really was the problem that it was global. It was affecting everybody, and like the partner that they were choosing, quite possibly the worst company to work with for it. Needless to say. So, you know, one of those shenanigans. Different means to age verify, like your credit card if you already have it on file. Yeah, and like, I've never quite understood why you just didn't do that. Because you can't have a credit card if you're underage. Like, that's a really easy way to do it, is be like, please enter your credit card for age verification. Like, corn companies have been doing that for years. Why is this not a new thing? Like, this isn't a new concept. It's pretty freaking easy. Now, then again, like, some people can't get access to credit cards. You can always use your parents. Yeah, but you just match the account name to your name, right? Account name must match name on credit card. And then at that point, that's the parent's fault. There's only so much a private company can do, right? Guys, this leaks. The banks have to cover the blow, not you. Yeah, and that's the other thing. But again, I'm sure that there's other problems within that too that I probably just don't know about. Like, I'm certain. But they're, you know, working with the company that they were working with was certainly not the way to go. So I'm glad to see that they're pulling that back a little bit there. EDA is hard for you this week? You got this, Kane. You got this. I believe in you. You built different. Agree to the companion ribbon mod. Ooh. Make sure to get your companion ribbon mod. Maybe you'll get a Verglass. Discord has postponed its death, not avoided it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. People kept leaving on the final fight with the tank? Why? It's not even that hard. Just move around. Just don't stand still so the little vampire guys don't ruin your day. Oh yeah, people are still leaving in droves. Like, it's not gonna be the... It's stemming the bleeding, it's not stop the bleeding, you know what I mean? But yeah, if we as a community just sort of collectively choose a alternative method, we will of course be shifting our communications server to another one. Oh, redacted. I got you. I mean, talk to you about that, but don't want to disturb you in the off hours. Yeah, we'll chat about that. As of right now, like, we'll see if there's any viable alternatives for switching over. Because it's kind of one of those problems of, like, you know, there's a lot of extra shenanigans to go along with it, right? So we'll figure all that out as we go. And that is a conversation that I've been meaning to have, not just specifically with you, but just sort of in general. Because, you know, if Discord does end up dying, or if Discord keeps being problematic, then obviously we'll need to think about shifting to another group. Off we go! Well, the problem was TeamSpeak just got hugged to death by the community, right? So it makes sense that it broke it down. Yeah, exactly. There's been so much changes, as you said there, Sophia, in Discord's potential competitors that we've got some options. Drink my water? For the Sestra in Karnan? I've got a build for it, but not a video. Agua. I do like agua. Yeah, this is an easy EDA this week. Holy crap. TeamSpeak, when are we going back to the early 2000s? Man, I didn't even use TeamSpeak. I used Vent. Who else has a hurting back and remembers Ventrilo? Your back hurts, don't it? You use Skype? Oh, that was the other option, yeah. ICQ? Yep. That was another one. Still enraged in your spine? Yep. A few groups that have swapped Discord named root and straight up copy the current layout of Discord servers. Just Discord with improvements to user interface. Okay. Yeah, just while I've been dealing with this health problem, I kind of need to focus on that. So I'm trying to be low stress, and figuring out sort of the Discord situation is a bit of an extra load that I just can't really manage at the moment. So I need to just do my stuff. Hey, been watching a long time. Love the content. Well, welcome on in, Scavenger. Hope you're doing well today. Focus on getting better? Yeah, exactly. So it's just I need to focus on these health problems first, and then we'll start figuring out the whole Discord shenanigans. But don't worry, I'm very aware of the problems that Discord is having, and it is in the works. It's just one of those things where I need to focus on one thing at a time, right? When testing a build, what's the best method? Void Cascade? I mean, if you want to like go super hard into testing, Void Cascade is like not a bad place to test it. It kind of depends on what you're looking to test, right? If you're just looking to test damage, the Simi's perfectly fine. Because enemy armor values no longer scale with level. So it's not as problematic in that direction. So you can still test your damage perfectly fine playing in the Simi and just messing around in the simulacrum. Otherwise, for like survivability, I just go to Mott. Like, if you can see problems in Mott, you know you're gonna have problems, right? And that's the way that I look at it. Mott is a mission that has a modifier to the enemies that gives them 300% damage. So like it's a fairly decent spot for just testing out basic survivability. And like if you can survive in Mott without any struggles and you're doing like good survivability tech, then like you can start to, and once you understand how, you know, how builds are functioning, you can sort of see where the issues are into like going into like level cap and things like that. But I would typically say that like Mott is good for survivability, initial survivability testing, and then whatchamacallit? Mott has what? Mott has a special modifier where it increases the enemy's damage by 300%. Or to 300% of what it is. So they get a bonus 200% damage. So it's a good spot for testing basic survivability before heading off to like ETA or EDA. And it's not the greatest for testing for like level cap, like I won't lie. But it's at least a good start point for testing your survivability. And damage is one of those things where it's like, you know, once you understand the later stages of the game, there's always more damage in the banana stand, right? How did people figure that out? It was like, it was a part of the mission for a long time. Like, I think it was in patch notes that they said that that was happening. Like, it's old. Kind of carried over from old T4 keys? Yeah, I think that's where it carried over from. But yeah, this is like, Mott's been like a high enemy damage place in a very long time. What's ETA and EDA? So, Elite Temporal Archimedia and Elite Deep Archimedia. ETA, EDA. That's this game mode here, where it's sort of a weekly hard game mode for you to play. Comes with Archon shards, some rare arcanes that are quite good. So Universal Fallout, Hotshot Escapist in ETA, and then the Whisper in the Walls arcanes here. And also like a few other things are part of the reward pools as well. Mott, what's that? M-O-T-T, Mott. It's the mission on the Void. It's not an acronym, it's the full name. Oh, it's all those? Never heard recruit abbreviations? Yeah, I mean, that's just sort of what everyone... it's more of like what everyone calls it, you know? At least everyone I know calls it ETA. Not sort of a recruitment necessity. Stay in the squad, peeps. We'll go do the whatchamacallit. Is it just you, or is every streamer playing Warframe right now? I mean, if you're looking at the Warframe directory, yeah, that would make sense that Warframe streamers are playing Warframe. That would check. Okay, stay in the squad. We'll do Natural Cells together here as well. And I am going to sit for a bit. Like non-Warframe streamers? Oh yeah, we've been having a bunch of people. No, we had a bunch of VTubers over the holidays. We had MacDix is checking out Warframe again. Cross is coming back to check out more Warframe while there's the downtime for the next Destiny stuff. Yeah, Warframe's just been getting a little bit more popular last year. It's great. You have to go, Fenrir? No worries. You gotta go, you gotta go. Bricky? Yeah, but Bricky's been in sort of the peripheral of Warframe for a long time. He's just kind of been, he kind of disappears for a bit and comes back. Gotta head back to work. Thanks for the chats. You'll have to stop by next time. No worries, Scavenger. You have yourself a great day. Okay, Flats. Yeah, Flats has been checking it as well. Yeah.
Maybe we can be devolved.
Yep, that's Flats. Okay, we got room for one for a single Netrocell if anybody wants to join.
Maybe I could live with that.
Can you join for Netrocells? Yeah, sure, Time Lord. What's your game name?
Nothing complicated upstairs. No demons.
Time Lord, what be your name? Timely Alchemist? Ooh. Where did the chair come from? I stole that from a friend stream, another Canadian streamer, Bast. But I think the chair has been around for a long time outside of Bast, but that's just the one that I saw it. Will Rad screw up pathing? If you use it properly, it won't. Bricky used to be a Warframe partner until they moved on to make other content instead of Warframe stuff. Yeah, Bricky's been around in the Warframe community for a long time. Like I said, he's been in the peripherals of Warframe for years. On and off? Yeah, exactly. Little bit of here, little bit of there. We need an exclamation point to yeah, Galvus? No, I would do like the whole, I would just have like a whole wall of text speech. DK Dynamite is back streaming Warframe. Oh yeah, DK's been checking it out as well lately. I hope DK's doing well. I used to watch a lot of DK when I was not a creator. Orvalis, I think you're a little bit too far forward. I think you need to shuffle on back so that the mission starts here. Oh, we're also missing... There we go. Total Biscuit? Yeah, we do miss the TB. TB was a goat AF. Although Dukes, Dodger, came and checked out Warframe for a bit as well there. I love Dukes. Dukes is like my comfy streamer. Bushi, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Haven't seen her in a while? Yeah, we love Dukes. Where are we going? This way. Hey there, you've been working on building all your frames, doing Corvex right now. What stats should you go for? Typically like strength with a little bit of range is typically where you're looking for. Strength with a little bit of range is typically what you're looking for. A little bit of, some duration can also be quite useful, and also kind of depends on what build you're going for with Corvex. So I went for a persistence build here, trying to make our universal orbs as strong as they can. Which is actually a really fun build. I don't think I've got a build command set up for this. So if anyone's got any of our VIPs or mods wants to pop on over to my YouTube and grab the Corvex build for me, that would be really generous of you. Inside of me. Yeah, and if none of my VIPs or mods are able to do it, I will just grab it for you once I'm done here. No, I just haven't gotten the command set up. Yeah, sorry, Tal, you're not a VIP, so you can't send it. That one is the Corvex build from like last week. There, Sophia. Because that should be the one I'm looking for. Alrighty, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twitch sub to a share bell. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. What do I think of French people? They're great. I mean, we have French Canadians here, and the Quebecois are generally pretty awesome. And I mean, I haven't really interacted with anyone who's born in France, but generally speaking, I've never had problems with people from a country. Don't forget, you need to be in the circle. You gotta be in the circle. Delete the French? No, we love the French. What do you think of Belgians? Most Belgians are great. There's this one person named Cardi who I really hate. You're alive? Welcome in, Moon. I don't hate groups of people. I hate individuals. Or I don't think badly of groups of people. I hate individuals. You hate me too? Rude. So rude. You find it funny one part of Canada is completely French? Yeah, Quebec. Well, it's not just Quebec. There's like a few areas in Northern Ontario that's very francophone. Like if you go into Northern Ontario, you're going to be seeing a lot more francophone individuals. Like Sudbury, very large French population there. French-speaking population, I should say. How do you feel about Damage 3.0 as opposed to 2.0? Well, Damage 3.0 has been around forever, and I can't remember what Damage 2.0 was like. You're in Quebec right now? Hell yeah! I love Quebec. I'm not gonna lie, if I were to move out of Ontario, I think I would probably either move to Quebec or I would move to BC. Quebec is beautiful, especially like Montreal, Quebec City. Oh, both of those, like, absolutely stunning places. Quebec City might actually be the most beautiful city in Canada. Like, to me, not even a question. It's drop dead gorgeous. Nova Scotia is also really cool. So you only started a few months ago, so you never really experienced Damage 2.0. I can't even remember when Damage 2.0 was. Let's maybe put it that way. I probably played Lavos, but didn't see you for some time. Not a fan of the frame. Oh no, I love Lavos. I just played a bunch of other stuff. Every time he speaks French, yeah, it's because you know, it's part of it's our second national language. We have English and French as our national languages, so it makes sense to be speaking in French. Also, he's from like he's from the Northwest Territories, which is also, I believe, a quite heavily French-speaking population. But also, it's very normal for politicians, especially on the federal stage, to be talking in both French and English for their announcements. It's very, very typical. You only know it because of Trailer Park Boys? Trailer Park Boys is a weird show. Got him away, nerds. Wee. Wee. GG. Easy peasy. Wasn't Damage 2.0 with infant scaling armor? I don't know when Damage 3.0 was, so I don't know that sort of differentiation. Just off the top of my head, I can't recall what would technically be Damage 2.0. It had like a bunch of different armors and health, so then was damage 3.0 with the Jade Shadows patch? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, so then what you're talking about is the Jade Shadows status changes. I don't know if that technically counts as damage 3.0, but that would certainly be status, the new status one. But I don't know if that would technically count as that, because Jade Shadows was what, last summer? 2 summers ago? 2024 summer? 12 years? Yeah, Warframe has been around for like 14 years this next month, I think, right? Something like that. Zeno, should you go bald even if your hairline isn't thinning? I don't know. Do you want to go bald? That's up to you. Alrighty, where are we at? Let's take a look at some of these things that these kind weirdos have been sending me. Time of the Alchemist. Speaking of you were just in our squad. What you got? Okay, you got a Soma Prime. Okay. Slash damage to infested critical chance. Certainly not a bad Riven. I would say that you need maybe another source of neutral damage. I do find that this weapon does need it. And I would recommend Galvanized Aptitude because you are going to be putting out a ton of status effects. Although, realistically speaking, probably just sort of like a base damage would do fine. Prime Shred when you can, obviously. And I would say get maybe some elements on here instead of the multi-shot from Vigilante Armaments. Would do some well here. Merciless for your Arcane. And I would say probably keep rolling this. The IPS mods, Impact Puncture Slash, aren't the greatest. So I would probably keep rolling this because really all you're getting from this is the crit chance. So I would probably keep rolling that one. Redacted, thank you so much. I will see you on Thursday. You just realized my Corvax looks like a watermelon? Yeah, he looks like a watermelon. I like him. Okay, so we got a melee influence Guandao and Weeping Wounds Elementalist. Okay, so you're going full into the status side of things. What do you got here? Blast Electric. I mean, you got no neutral damage on here, so that's a big problem. Right? Like you don't have a Condition Overload or a Prime Pressure Point. You should be using Condition Overload. And I would replace the Voltaic Strike for it so that you can continue using Blast and Electric and Melee Influence shenanigans. So definitely I would switch this out. It does only have a 60% follow through, so there's also an argument for replacing Primed Reach here for Condition Overload or Prime Pressure Point. But I would probably replace this one and keep this range just so that you're activating status effects more frequently. You know, more enemies hit, more chances to activate status effects. Ooh, good looking Nezha. Ooh. For Soma, is better Hatsasatya over Shred or not? Well, that build there with the Soma, they had Hatsasatya and Shred. I would recommend both if you're able to fit it on. I love that Nezha. Wervixen, what you got? A Flux. Okay, Primary Bulwark to boost up your damage, so assuming you're using it with a high armor frame. Flux Overdrive for the status chance. Magazine capacity, fire rate, crit chance, weapon recoil. Weapon recoil doesn't really matter. I would say maybe dropping... Oh, but you know what? This is multiplicative on here. Gives you multiple... Because it's a continuous fire weapon, gives you multiplicative status and crit chance, or status and damage. I would not run IPS mods, as we said earlier. IPS mods are kind of devalued these days. So I would probably look at getting another element on here of some variety. Or maybe Shred on here for the punch through and the fire rate instead of Flaying Fusillade. Something like that. Is there a way to refund your stuff if you leave a clan you made? Nope. Corvex. Okay, so Fuse Crucible. So you don't need Rolling Guard if you're playing around Fuse Crucible. You're invincible while this is active. So you don't really need full Rolling Guard. And further on top of that, Disometric Guard gives you status immunity. So even further, you don't need Rolling Guard. So I'd probably not run Rolling Guard here. I would probably say like some more strength on here would go well. Mythos Poor Soul. Yes, Cardi. I've already got a spot saved for you. Is my clan open? Yeah, you can shoot me a private message in game saying, clan, please. Clan invite, please. So I'd probably replace this with some power strength. And if you're running out of energy, probably replace Molt Reconstruct with Universal Fallout, because you're going to be having so many radiation effects from there, that you're never going to run out of energy. And then that also like solves like a bunch of other problems, because again, you're not going to be actually taking damage while you're in Fused Crucible. You're invincible while this is active. So I would probably swap that out for Universal Fallout. Otherwise, this looks fun. Fenrir, what you got? Do you have a build for the Purgator 1? Yes, type exclamation point Purgator. Ooh, Fenrir, I love that Hildred. Ooh. Feel like you don't need the 3 if you're running a build like Fused Crucible. Yeah, but they didn't have any helmets on there, so we don't know if that's a... they don't have it unlocked yet, or what the reason is for that. Cavia, where the hell does this one come from? Oh, it was limited time. Boo! Eldrin. Nourish over the 3 for the viral damage onto your weapon. Expertise to feed more shields. Molt augment for more power strength. Aerodynamic and aviator for damage reduction. Plus adaptation. Yeah, it's fine. You probably don't need this much damage reduction, if I'm being honest. I would probably say switch out aerodynamic for growing power for more power strength into all your stuff. And Precision Intensify is perfectly fine on Hildren. I like running regular Intensify or like Umbral Intensify because I like to have the extra power strength into Pillage and into Nourish. Or whatever helmet of choice you're going with. But Precision Intensify is very good here. It's just a personal preference thing. For me, I prefer it going over here. I prefer the strength being spread across abilities, generally speaking. But what you have here is perfectly fine. Looks great. I would say you probably don't need these two if you got adaptation, but again, extra survivability is never bad. But I would probably say, like, I would replace this with growing power. The extra power strength is quite nice to feed into the abilities, right? Close tab. Judali, Mesa Prime. Replace Coaction Drift. If you're going for Rolling Guard tech, I would replace Coaction Drift with Mesa's Waltz, so that you can move around in your 4, and otherwise the rest of your build looks fine. Keep in mind though that Nourish really does heavily weight the status chance of anything into viral and away from, say, in this case, you want heat. So just keep in mind that you just need to keep an eye out for that if you're having any issues there. You may want to switch out Nourish for something else. Rest of that looks fine though. Quick Bullseye, Cascade of Flare. I would probably, especially considering Mesa's ability really wants high fire rate, I would replace this with Prime Pistol Gambit if you have it. Right? I would probably replace that because that 20% fire rate is going to be more impactful than the 13% crit chance. So that's my logic and reasoning behind that. But again, that's totally up to personal preference. If you like having the little bit of higher crit, then completely ignore me. And what do you have on here? Heat, corrosive, and then viral. Yeah. So the only thing that I would keep an eye out is obviously making sure that you're applying heat properly to activate that stuff. But Judali, that all looks good. King Crumpling. Ooh, that's pretty. You do, but you already have a lot of fire rate from velocity? Yeah, no, exactly. You got a lot of fire rate from velocity and lethal torrent, so you don't necessarily need it, but I personally find the higher fire rate is better than that 13% additive crit chance in the way that I play Mesa. But again, if you find that that's perfectly fine, then you just do your thing. That's a very pretty gyre. I think you sent this Octavia last week. Or at least this looked very similar to someone else's, but I really love that. Void Sicarus. Multi-shot, crit chance, weapon recoil, minus zoom. Okay, that's actually not bad. This thing loves multi-shot and loves crit chance. And then, of course, weapon recoil doesn't really matter, and the minus zoom is completely harmless. So, like, certainly not bad at all. I find this weapon to be pretty laser tight. So I don't think that you necessarily need the weapon recoil there, but, like, you could keep rolling, but honestly, you should be fine. Look Link does not do Pink's justice. No, Look Link is a bit of a nightmare. Perfect Outbreak. Hey, Haro. Oh, buddy. This is another one of my favorite deluxe skins in the game. They did a really cool job with this one. I love this one so much. Praetos. All right. I would not run both Condition Overload and Prime Pressure Point. I would probably just lean into a Status Priming Companion and use Condition Overload instead. I would say that you don't need to go into range because it has such low follow through, but more range is never a bad thing because you're just putting out status effects and damage. Although I would probably say put on Galvanized Steel here for the extra crit damage and extra crit chance. Yeah, you're getting a lot of crit chance and crit damage here, but you know, more in this case is not necessarily bad. And you may want to switch out Toxin into something else. You do have Exposure here, giving you Corrosive. So you could go into another element here, as well as the Toxin mod is, of course, a primed mod. So you could put the primed one here and go viral on here. And yeah, I would say probably switch this out. You could also go into Weeping Wounds if you feel like it. And I would probably replace Organ Shatter or this one here. So I would replace this with Galvanized Steel. I would replace this probably with Weeping Wounds. And I would probably throw Viral on here. Just it's good old standby. Haros build. So if you're running Theros... Ooh. This is odd. What are you trying to do with your Haro? Okay, so if you want to be using Theros Strike and Theros Lethality, you need a lot of range. This is Chode the ability. Really girthy. Itty bitty range. So if you really want to be using Theros Strike, I would say that you want to be going more into range here. Like, and you don't need Equilibrium because this gives you a ton of energy. This is your energy ability. This is outrageously strong. So I would probably replace Equilibrium with some range so that Theros Strike can actually hit some stuff. Keep in mind also you're probably going to have survivability problems because you have very little health for your health regeneration abilities to function with, and you have no way to regenerate your shields here. So like if I were you, I would probably not run, like I tried to make Theros Lethality work on Haro and I just couldn't make it work properly because he needs such different stats and he also needs his first ability and so on and so forth. So I would probably say like maybe try not Theros Strike, and if you are using Theros Strike, I'd probably throw it over here and then get energy from somewhere else. Like Equilibrium or Equilibrium Shards or something there. Archon Stretch for free a little bit of energy. But I would probably say like I wouldn't if you want to be using Theros Strike, you kind of need to be throwing a bunch of range on there. Right? It's got 9 meter base range. That's itty bitty. Itty bitty 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 bitty. This build's for red crits? Yeah, I figured as much. Haro is the crit lord himself. But yeah, if you certainly would like to see some range here because Theros Lethality, also the important thing is this gives you crit damage and scales off of power strength. I do have a number of Haro builds on the channel if you want to check them out. Just sort of like see what I'm talking about. I haven't done a Theros Strike build with Haro yet. Just because it's a little bit difficult to get working properly. Riaz, how to improve also subsume recommendations. Venari Bodyguard, accumulating the Whip Claw, Dreamer's Bond for a little bit of energy, Archon Stretch, Adaptation, Reaper. I would say you probably don't need Reaper on here. Like you shouldn't have survivability problems, realistically speaking. Like I would lean harder into the shield gating and replace Dreamer's Bond with Brief Respite. And then go into the shield gating side of things on here for survivability, and then like adaptation, switch this out for rolling guard. Like that's what I would probably do, is do the classic shield gate stuff. And I would say a lot more range. She's very much a high range frame more than strength frame. I run a ton of strength on mine, but that's a personal preference thing. And then on the best ability to Helminth over is Venari. Alternatively, if you aren't actually using Strangledome, it's not a bad ability choice to replace. I usually don't play with Strangledome, so I usually would Helminth over this one or Venari. Like you're playing all around Whipclaw, of course, so like any of these abilities are viable to be removed. I'd always keep Ensnare though, because it's good for locking down mini bosses and disruption demolisher targets. Okay, we've got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get purple ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and want to support the community, subscribe to the roll. Otherwise, it takes you a second. Bye. I feel like this playlist is now just looping for some reason. And I don't like that. I don't like. New character could walk through those? Walk through what there, Hydro? Anything new recently to... Ooh. Walk through rooms going through wall? Gonna need some more context there, Hydro. Oh, to the playlist? Nah, not really. I haven't thrown anything super new there. Kind of want to play Callie. You won't be able to walk through walls? That would be pretty good. Does blast proc scale off of the damage dealt, similar to slash procs? Kinda, a little bit, sort of. Better nuke frame, Sevagoth and Mirage? Sevagoth, in my opinion. Blast. So modded base damage, blast proc damage, modded base damage, faction damage bonus, status damage bonus, additional multipliers. So yes, your modded damage does affect into it. I want to play with the comb. What would be a good Sassoon for Korra? Any of the weapon buff frame, any of the weapon buff stuff. Cardi, we gotta go to hell, motherfuckers! You're going to hell, motherfucker! Thank you, Keith David. Vice President Keith David. Let's get it right here. Okay, who wants to join me? We're going to hell. Ooh, it's a blueprint. Boo. Boo. Artist, what's your in-game name? Dials, remind me your in-game name as well. Tim's, you're slow on the trigger today. Artist and Dials, in-game names, please. How much of a difference would taking Elementalist off? It kind of depends. Like, for me, Elementalist is one of those things where I like, Danny, the lazy artist, thank you. Lord, add void, Lord Dials, there you are. I'm good with words. Oh, one moment, please. So when it comes to Elementalist, I generally speaking will go into use Elementalist if I have two status effects. So Blast and Slash would fit into that. And it really just starts to amp up its damage further you go, right? Cardi, you can play whatever frame you want to. It doesn't matter. G-Dolly, you take care. We'll catch you later. Milk, welcome in. Alrighty. Go to hell! Oh, wait, am I playing the right build? I'm not playing the right build. Oh, well.
The machine demands yours.
Until gone to heaven. Wee, 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 wee. Yeah, give it a try, right? And as always with anything that I give is like, that's just what I would do. So if it makes more sense for your build and your playstyle to do something different, then my suggestion doesn't matter, right? Ooh, these guys are tanky. Do you love your hybrid builds? I love crit size hybrid builds. I find they're kind of like the harder ones to go for because of course you need to like plan for mod space for both styles. So like you got to be a little bit careful with your planning, but if you're decent at planning out your builds, then they are very good. But don't crap on yours. No, I mean, listen, Warframe is a game that's, in my opinion, very much personal preference based. So like, I have one way that I want to play. Brozyme has a completely different way. Tactical Potato, Flynn, everybody, we all got different ways that we like to play. So if you know, don't like the way that I do it, that's perfectly okay. There's not a one right answer. Warframe isn't a binary game. We've got lots of build diversity, lots of options. So don't, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I've never really understood people being like, that's not the right way to play it. Be like, bro, it's Warframe. There's no right way to play anything. Like, what do you want about? The only thing that matters is, do you get the mission done? Yeah. Are you good? Yeah, that's all that matters, as long as you're having fun. You know? You gotta go? No worries, New Moon. You take care. We'll catch you next time. Oh. Which is the best frame? Yeah, that's the, like, that's another one that I love people saying, like, what's the best frame in the game right now? I mean, right now it's Hildren, there's not even a question. But, like, it's not even a question. Hildren is outrageous right now. But, like, generally speaking, the best frame is the frame that you'd like to play. You know? Philosophies around how to best build craft is also differ. Exactly, because it's largely speaking personal preference, personal play style. So if you don't like, you know, a certain way to play, there you go. Any date for the next update? We're finding out on Friday. Friday is our next dev stream.
And so, efforts had to be made to make it less.
Dev stream on Friday! Whee! Oops. Got stuck on a pillar. Ooh. Next with parkour velocity. Hey, as long as you're having fun, right? That's all that matters. Don't forget, you need to pick up the stuff off the ground and take it over to the little thingies here. You love that you can basically make anything viable? Yeah, that's kind of the fun of Warframe, right? Nova, Trinity, and Valkyr are your goats? Oh, those are all good choices, yeah. Last you saw her was pre-rework? Hey, if you want a fun Nyx build, you can type !Nyx. Chaos die. And away we go.
I am accustomed to not trusting that which I see.
More than happy to, Icicle, as always. Oh, open up vessels. Plunder. Okay, that one should have been not a mimic. I would like to speak with this mimic's manager. You were not supposed to be a mimic. You were dead. Get out of here. Nerd. Got Nyx Prime on a whim. Expensive, but well worth it. Oh, Nyx is great fun, yeah. Descendia is very fun. Descendia is probably my favorite current game mode in the game. I just like it because it's like a little bit different every floor. A little bit of a different play style, a little bit different way to play the game. Does Rolf count as the Mimic's manager? Yes.
This was simply just one of your less flattering evenings, devil. Chase the drone, catch the drone.
Whee!
Endurance games once, long ago.
And uno más. Be gone, dude. Oh, there we go. There it is. Doesn't feel like a Tuesday. I can offer you a hamburger on Tuesday. Someone's old and will remember that. I'll gladly offer you, pay you back Tuesday for a hamburger today. Seek and destroy! Oh? Oh, Goomba stomps! Yay, Goomba! Wimpy, there you go. Wait, can you Goomba stomp the Netromites? Yeah, you can. Oh, that's cute. Hey. Bump. The Goomba stomps. Like, hey, just play Where's Waldo with old people? Yeah. It's basically what I do. Bump. Bump. Whee! Caliban's really strong and awesome frame. Yeah, I love Caliban. There's a reason why he's one of my top 5s. Thinking about rolling a dread ribbon some more, but after figuring out stuff out, you think you're keeping it as is? Yeah, just keep it as is for now, and then if you decide later to roll it, you can roll it later, you know? Test it out, see how it feels at the moment, and then if you feel like it needs to change, it needs to change.
It was just a moment to breathe before we move on, n'est-ce pas?
Steel path, circuit, nah, I mean, there's a reason, like, it's gain parkour velocity and casting speed, sure.
We fight on.
Yes, I mean, I think that it's fine the way that it is, sort of gives options for people. It would be kind of cool, but also at the end of the day, I mean, I think having 2 different loot pools and 2 different things inside of the, between the 2 modes, I think is a good choice. Gives a little bit of differentiation. Oh! Melee afflictions? Yeah, there's some really fun tech with melee afflictions, actually. Fun on the Sampo days? Yep. Anything that does slams that lift people, it's very, very good.
I remember training for live combat. I do not miss it.
Oh! Hey, Sunwave. How you doing? We have a Uriel in the squad and I'm winning! Oh no, I'm not winning anymore! I'm still winning! Built diff! I didn't even use any of my abilities! Built different! Spin me right round, baby, right round. Dog! Whee! Eh. Eh? Wait, yeah, I can just beam these things. Oh, yeah. Nice and easy. What secondary arcane would you recommend for the Sicarus Prime? I mean, for the Sicarus Prime, you're basically just looking for like mainly damage on stuff, right? So Cascade of Flare or something along those lines. Like, you don't really need to be too worried about the Sicarus Prime. It's very, very strong. But like giving it some more damage is just always good times. You think people stop playing so much, what? I mean, people don't play a lot of, Cyno 9 these days. Not for any particular reason other than, you know, we have had so many other choices to play around with. I tried to make an AoE monster with Incarnate and Secondary Radiate. I mean, I bet that would actually be pretty decent. All right, we got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Your aim is mediocre at best, so sight isn't super effective on you. Yeah, and that's another thing there. You just don't like the playstyle of sight? Yeah, if you're not a fan of like weapon platforms like that, I totally get it. Oh, lasers! Up there. And there. Get your Thrax. You like weapon platforms, you don't like many snipers? Yeah, that's totally fair. It's just a different style of weapon platform at the end of the day, right? Whee! Find Calamos. Foes vulnerable to Amphers. Alright. Let's just do a little group and toss a thingy. Would duration matter? He does have a buff out of his first ability, as well as the duration of his fourth ability, scales with duration. So it just kind of depends on how you're wanting to play him, right? If you're wanting to go into duration, to play around the 4, or to play around the 1, or if you're looking for just pure damage, then you like go high range. But of course, the longer duration you have, the more the ability will last, means the more damage you do, right? With it. Because it constantly activates and applies heat status effects. The longer it lasts, the more heat status effects it applies, and it scales. It does like a heat status effect every half second. So it's actually quite a strong function in that way. Yeah. Forgot if they fixed the Duvari circuit. No, the Oriole Duvari circuit bug is still around, I think. But don't quote me on that one. Oh, I love the Vidaria. It's such a fun weapon. What's the bug? It makes his minions... Oh, right, you're immune to anything, but, here. Guys, remember, you gotta throw Amphers at the Legosite here. Oh, it dodges, eh? Oh, interesting. It's not actually taking any damage from the Amphers. Interesting. Why is this so tanky? Why are you so tanky? I mean, like, we're just gonna whittle you down, it's fine. But this is not supposed to be this tanky. Oh, weird. I mean, it's more of just an annoyance than anything else, really. It's not like this is hard to deal with. Keep firing! Bring it down! Yes, my little turrety boys. Go! Deal your 100,000 damage per hit. What the hell is this fight right now? Huh? I mean, it's mainly just a slog at this point. Is it the longest you ever spent on this? Oh, 10,000%. These things are made of paper usually. Imagine if you had to kill it before it ran away. Yeah, that would be problematic. That would certainly be problematic there. Oh. Hello. No. Does Molt Reconstruct only work on Garuda? No, it works on everybody, but it works very well on Garuda. To my knowledge, it works on everybody. All right, Wesker, you take care. Remember, we won't be streaming tomorrow. We'll be back on Thursday. I'm being kidnapped tomorrow. Wait. Hey Vicky, how you doing? Whee! Getting vulnification, can't buy, no one's selling, farming takes a long time. You know, if you got the spare platinum, I'm not gonna lie, you should just buy the bundle in the store. And then sell any extra ones that you don't need. I'm not gonna lie, that is certainly one of the farms that I would honestly recommend for just throwing plat at the problem. Usually I'm all about you should farm it out, but in the case of the tome mods, it's just not, in my mind, super worth it. Because the farm is just, you know, it's what, 7 different Vome mods? Well, see, the difference is that Tennokai is an Omnia. Alchemy is an Omnia Fisher mission. So, like, that one is really not that hard, because you just go farm relics, and then eventually you'll get all the Tennokai mods. And it's also a good plant farm, because what I do is I go in whenever there's a whenever there's a Omnia relic, I farm relics, and then lo and behold, I eventually just earn platinum out of it. Our tome mods for the Grimoire and Noctua, Dante's exalted weapon. $100 plat for the Tennokai pack in the market. Yep. But the alchemy fissures are really, really nice. So that's one that I would say to just farm, because you just go and do an Omni Fissure whenever it's an alchemy, and bingo bango, you got yourself your goodies in a short order. And then you can also, any duplicates that you get, sell for platinum to fund your tome mods. All right, Wesker, you take care. I hope that you sleep well tonight. Hey, Ace, welcome in. How you doing today? How was work? Can't wait to get home to grind 9K crowd for Robin Prime. Isn't that so much fun? Dinner was a disaster. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope that everything else is going fine. Get a booster. Yep, booster, resourceful retriever or loyal retriever on a companion, and then see what era of relics you need to farm. So if you need Axes, go to Heracron on Pluto because you get Neos and Axes there, and so on and so forth. I also didn't think to check the expiration date on the wraps. Oh no. The Elementalist mods, isn't that isn't that what am I thinking here?
These memories, the luminaries.
Jade's mission, Ascension. Brutus on Uranus is the words I'm looking for.
And if they were, they would us.
Whee! Oh no. Oh no. You'll be having dinner for the next few hours? Oh no. Well, I'm glad to hear that everything else is going well outside of a mild taco-based disaster. Hey, how about die? Thank you. Hey, you too. How about die? You going bad? No worries, Bonsai. You take care. Hope we have a good sleep. We'll catch you next time. As a reminder, everybody, we won't be streaming tomorrow, but we will be streaming Friday, and we'll be doing the birthday stream on Saturday. We got some giveaways from DE. We got some giveaways from Advanced GG. Viral Electric, viral with no statuses boost is weird. It's your birthday too? Mine's Thursday. Mine is Wednesday, and then we'll just be doing the party on the celebration stream on Saturday. Whee! Yours is Friday? Holy crap. All of our parents were busy in May. You're welcome for that tidbit of information. No. You. Eliminate marked enemies. What are we eliminating here? Oh, these assholes. Oh, these jux. I hate these jux. They're real jux. Don't think my turrets target them. Don't think turret boys target these things. Honk. Why won't you die? I hate necromites. Why are they so tanky? Why is my parkour speed so high? This is really throwing me off. I think one of the buffs I got from yeah, that's why. Oh, that makes much more sense. One of the buffs I got from Marie is a parkour buff, or if not Marie, the other one, Leon. I'm just gonna run out of bullets before I can kill it. I legitimately am gonna run out of ammo. This is hilarious. You think that works on it? Well, I'm out of ammo. And these rollers don't drop ammo. All right. Operator it is. Hey, Hawkeye, how you doing today? Welcome in. Do I have a good arc gun on right now? I got the Arbuset. Oh, you know what? The Arbuset's actually doing a lot of damage here. Is it though? Yes, actually it is. Heavy melee attacks that with a gunblade? Yeah, I don't have a gunblade, so I can't do that. Not a bad idea, just not viable considering I don't have one. And these little rolly guys are not dropping any ammo. But hey, you know what? The Arbuset is doing the trick, so that is all good. Now, if only the Arbuset could land its shots. You might have ruined your coffee. Uh-oh. Go, Arbuset, go! You're doing the Lord's work, little guy. Sparkatron, welcome in. How you doing today? Hey, Zillion, how you doing? Am I the YouTube Shorts guy? Allegedly. Allegedly, I've been known to be called the YouTube Shorts guy. Am I the Hawk Tua guy? No, Hawk Tua is somewhere else in the chat. Stop the Gruzzles! What? What?
For decency's
Thank you for the insightful YouTube Shorts. Been helping you when coming back into the game. Well, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Happy to have you. Oh, you know, the Arbuset is really just solving all these problems here. You love to see it. Okay, we gotta run some quick ads here. Everybody know the deal. We gotta run some ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twist up to a Sherbo. Otherwise, just take care about. Whee! What are we doing here? The blessings. Why does everything have so much overguard this run? This week? All right. Collect offering. Deliver offering. Kill Oni. Jackie! Why are you also so tanky? Well, I guess I am trying to use a not single target weapon for single target weapon things, so I do kind of am trying to be stupid here. It's GCX. Welcome in. How you doing today? Tank Sendia this week? Yeah, for realsies. Hey, Lex. How you doing? Been a while. Happy to see you. Spin me right round, baby, right round. Whee! Collect and defend. Ah, this one. Hope I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Doing the best I can. You ready for a nap, Zillant? So am I. I'm a sleepy boy. Oh, this is not the right kind of pod. Huh? This song is She's a Blast by the Sinful Beautiful Bodies. Sorry, not Sinful, Beautiful Bodies. Huh. Well, they should never have this combination together. The Chemical Warfare along with this, because it's really not easy to tell which of these is for putting into the thing. They should try to see if that's a possibility to make an exception to that, because it is not easy to tell. Oh, really, Mask? I didn't know that Maru's got a different chat option depending on how many things you're throwing at her, or different things you're throwing at her. That's kind of cool. Well, I never knew that. Whee! We're going to hell! And off we go.
I have learned enough, Drifter.
Whee!
I am whole enough.
Whee!
And turn back. Leave this place now.
Whee! Eee! Inferno! Oh, I might die. Ah, jokes! Show me your face.
Let the devil strike this holy image. Zenosfire is stronger than he.
GG squad, well done.
Well played.
Whee! GG, nice and easy. Some Steel Essence, an Omniformal Blueprint, which I will never use. All right, GG peeps, get him a squad.
I miss cubs.
All right, Bonds boy, your Coda casuist. Melee vortex. Magnetic gas, corrosive. Yeah, so the heavy attack unique thing that it has is multi-gun co, I believe. So this is actually really good to be putting this on here. Otherwise I would say like maybe a Weeping Wounds on here would do you well, but like, or Elementalist. It's just gas and slash, so maybe not Elementalist. But a Weeping Wounds would do you well here. But I don't think you can do that. No, you'd probably have to keep it just the way that it is. Looks good there, Bonds boy. The floor group has multi-gun co. From my recollection, it does. After using Point Strike instead of Elementalist, you're hitting higher numbers? Yeah, alright. Blast procs are hitting for the same? Yeah, and that's kind of the trade-off, right? Which direction do you want to go with it? Cool looking Mesa, Del. I like the Void Sweat Mesa. Hydro. Fellarks. What do you got here? Multi-shot ammo maximum, fire rate, certainly not bad. Minus damage Grenier is kinda rough. The multi-shot and the crit chance is not bad because you can play this into a crit size hybrid or crit side thing. But I would say like probably, yeah, I like this one more personally. Would you replace health conversion? Should you replace health conversion with Arcane Blessing? Depends completely on what you're doing with your build. Get yourself an Atlas, it's a math, rank 8, gives exactly 98% crit chance, ideal for melee duplicate. Yeah, but the problem is, like, actually, you know what? Melee duplicate would be pretty good there. Yeah. But then you have to have a rank 8 sacrificial steel. That's such a niche tech there. Ooh, Hydro, I really like this. Should you replace health conversion with Arcane Blessing? Well, I mean, yeah, there's like, because one is a mod and the other one is an arcane. So like, you could technically run both. You know what I mean? You don't need to run one or the other. Kind of depends on what else you're doing with the rest of the build and those replacements and those switch outs. Ooh, that's very pink. Very, very, very pink. Voidlord Dials. Vincubus goes crazy on Haro. Vincubus is really good on Haro. So you threw Wrathful over the 1? Yeah, this is a kind of build that I've tried out before. Although I throw Wrathful over the 3 instead, so then I have shield generation from the 1 still. Barrier, I wouldn't run Barrier, I would just lean into Aegis. Barrier just is not that great. Warding Thermal? Really? Huh. But I guess you also might be using Barrier in order to kickstart your shield generation so that everything else can sort of work, but you also have double of these, and you got this, which is spammable. So you could just do, you know, Augur mods for generating your shields. I would probably say, like, an adaptation on here would do you well. Because adaptation, of course, works on shields for a little bit more shield survivability there. I don't know if I would use combat discipline here. You already heal your allies with penance, although I guess because with such a low range, you aren't going to be doing much there. Same with Thurible. You have such low range on Thurible that maybe... Is this in affinity range? I can't remember if that's in affinity range or not. But I would maybe not run Warding Thurible because you have such low base range if it isn't affinity range. I can't remember off the top of my head. Uriel, let's take a peek. Hydration, decent range, decent strength. You're playing more of a caster with Breach Surge over the 3. Summoner's Wrath, I wouldn't run Summoner's Wrath. It only affects Katanax damage per second there, and Gulf of Gore's damage per second here as well, so I would not recommend running Summoner's Wrath. I would probably replace that with Growing Power for more power strength, or Cunning, or Corrosive Protection for reducing people's armor. Yeah, I would also probably not run Grace on here. Right? What I would probably do is remove Narrow-Minded, run Concentration, cast Breach Surge into Brimstone, and then you lock that 60% duration into Brimstone, and then you aren't losing as much range here, so then you can run high range, high duration. So I would probably replace this guy here. Want to ask, is Orange Shark good on Vomit for survivability? I assume you mean blast damage for shield gen or armor or health. I would say not necessarily the greatest, but not bad. If you're doing like the photon repeater stuff, that's probably what I would look at. But yeah, if you're doing photon repeater, I can see something being there. But yeah, I would probably replace Grace with concentration and remove narrow-minded for either some more strength or some more range. And then you're locking 60% duration into there. Thanks for the feedback. This still works fine. Yeah, of course it still works fine. Yeah, no. It's just what I would do, right? Just like anything else in Warframe, this is what I would do. Doesn't mean that it's the right answer. Doesn't mean that's the only answer. Right? Clan invite successfully sent. Kane, what you got? Grendel? Don't have all the things you suggest yet? Yeah, don't worry about it. Just a shopping list for the future. Did we see this earlier? Ball form, 4 augments, memeish build. Why do you have so many augments? At least one of them's up there. Consumes health, grants additional armor, clear status effects and gain status immunity. That's a lot. I would recommend Archon Stretch instead of Energy Nexus. Right? You get some range, and then you get 2 energy per second, and a companion can activate it. And then also it plays into Nourish's energy multiplier. So I would definitely think about that. Anyway, you'll be going now. No worries, Lord Dials. Thanks for hanging out today. But it's ball build? Yeah, but you can still shoot Gastro with ball build. And this does have area damage, right? It's channeled? Oh, it is channeled. You're right. I forgot that ball was channeled. Yeah, don't run Energy Nexus. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, if you're playing around Catapult, you don't want to use the Energy Nexus here. And then I would just replace this with a Stretch. Regular Stretch instead. Circumvent, so that you can roll through enemies, stealing shields and armor, and Overguard, battery for your energy supply. It's all about there as well. Yeah, I'd probably replace this with some, just like a Stretch there. Yeah. Advice on AX52? You can send in the build, but you can also type !AX52 to see my build if you'd like. Can you even roll in ball? I think you technically can. I forget. I remember testing it, but now I've forgotten. I think when you press shift, it still counts as a roll. You're always rolling? Yeah, but you're running circumvent. And I know you're just trying to be a troll. I'm not a big fan of this brown orange on here, but the rest of the color scheme looks really nice. How you send it to me? Just shoot me a private message in game using my in-game name there. And then you go up here, you go upgrade, and you click that there. And if you'd like to see my build for the AX52, just for reference, that's 53. 52 for reference. There's my build there for you. Tim's the Degath. Ooh, Tim's, I love that. Yeah, you know what? Going for the grays so that it matches into the armor better. That's a great choice with that helmet. Mesa Prime. Ooh, that also looks good. Although Look Link may be making this look a little bit darker than I think it's supposed to. Signa is better, but at the same time, you can't pick between the two. I think I like this Signa better. Tim's. Ooh, cool looking Uriel. Although I think I might make this a little bit darker on the metal. Just like a tad bit darker. And yeah, the Cyandana won't, with these, it won't properly color to your color channels. It's a known bug with Look Link right now. Tal, your Valk. Popa, how you doing today? Ooh, that's nice looking as well. I like that. Rhino. Parasitic shields, okay. Narrow-minded. Augur secrets, transient fortitude, equilibrium. If you can offload equilibrium into energy shards, like into shards, I would probably recommend getting health conversion on here for more armor for the iron skin tech. So if you can offload this into shards, that's what I'd recommend. Expertise to feed the power strength into your shields so that you can eat your shields with parasitic armor to turn into armor so that you turn it into more overguard, multi augment for more power strength as well. Yeah, the only thing I would say is I would, you know, either health conversion, or if you don't like sort of the potential inconsistencies with health conversion, Umbral Fiber, which will also boost up your power strength a bit more, right? Give you an extra 11% power strength when you're at max. So I would go either Umbral Fiber or health conversion, whichever one you would prefer. Riaz, your Cora. We saw that earlier. Bad idea, Cora. Tesla Bank. Listen, Tesla Bank is never a bad idea. Tesla Bank, always a good idea. Yeah, the only thing I would have problems, like, I have concerns for is your survivability here, right? But, so that's the only thing I would ever be really concerned here. More range would do you well as well. Like, I would probably drop adaptation for rolling guard. Maybe look at getting some more range on here, but I don't think you really can without, like, dropping stretch or something. Or dropping adaptation and just sort of playing more into the shield gate side. I think it's a cool idea, Riaz. I just think that there needs to be a little bit more refinement there. Ooh, Cardi, nice horror. The Velis skin. So this is just a Protoss, right? Also, why does it look like Play-Doh? The lighting effects on here is a little weird. Ooh, that looks great. Cardi, I love that. Ooh, I really love that, actually. That looks really cool. Bibbidi bappity. Le bibbidi, le boppity. Your fashion is now my property. Whee! Oh, wait, where are those shoulder pads? Wait. What shoulder pads are those? Wait, why did it not transfer everything over? Eh? Oh, it's the Gruta Prime ones? I don't have those. Oh, man. All right, well. Next time Gruta shows around, maybe I'll think about grabbing those. Perfect Outbreak. We got a Haro. We saw that earlier. We got a Lavosh. Okay. Decent efficiency, good duration, decent range. Ice Storm is activated by Vital Rush very easily, so that's another 40% duration and strength. Multi-augmented for more strength. Adaptation, I would say it's augments here. The augment for his passive so that you get that status onto your weapon, because you did say here that it's weapon platform. So you definitely want to be doing that. I would not recommend running this one. I would say, like, some more strength most likely on here is what I would do. So Valiant's formation, some more strength between these two is where I would go. Maybe the augment for the first ability or the third ability as well, so that you can reduce the cooldowns of your other abilities and get it going more. I would also say, since you aren't running any helmets here, maybe instead of multi-augmented, run Arcane Impetus, if you have it. Impetus will give you more efficiency and 78% power strength. So 39% efficiency, 78% more power strength. Which then will play well into, like, the rest of your kit. You don't really need a lot of strength on a weapon platform Lavos because Valiant's formation caps out at 200%. And it can't get changed by strength. The other thing that's worth noting is that you don't need sure-footed here. His passive is, when he picks up a universal orb, he is status immune, and knockdowns are a status effect. So as long as you're using Transmutation Probe properly to turn health orbs into, or energy orbs into universal orbs, you should be perfectly fine. You won't need sure-footed here. Otherwise, the rest of that looks good. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. Then we'll take a look at what Spectre sent here, and then we'll go do Archon Hunt or whatever the heck we got left here for the weeklies. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, twist up to a turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. And I'm just gonna go roll. All right, we're back. Spectre, you're AX52. Let's take a look at this. So I'm not a big fan of acuity on the weapon, but that's mainly because I just prefer the status side of it. Acuity is perfectly fine though, but I would recommend going harder into the crit chance. Like I would drop magnetic capacity. Especially since you have biotic rounds, you don't need magnetic capacity, and I would do that for crit chance here instead. You may also want to think about shred for multi-shot and fire rate. Don't need scope. Yeah, scope's fine because you're already playing for the ADS mode with this. Because you're the unique trait of the weapon when you're ADS, you're getting a whole bunch of crit chance. So that's probably the reasoning for scope, because you're already playing around ADS and you also got deadhead here, so you're playing for the weak points with acuity. So that's probably the reason why it's scope. But I would probably lean harder. I would probably replace this with shred or prime shred if you have it. I very much highly value multi-shot. Or sorry, not multi-shot, fire rate and punch through on weapons. Because it essentially turns a single target weapon into a multi-target weapon, right? So that's what I would do. Otherwise, I think your build here is perfectly fine. I don't think you need this because you already got this, right? So I'd swap that out. I want to look at it whenever I get the time. Yeah, I'll take a look at what you talked about there. A little bit later on. Let's see, what do we got here? What do we got here? Sabo, Intercept, Archon Hunt, Ikana, Saber, Endura, Gauss. Okay, so we're not doing any of that. Yeah. Okay, who wants to join me for Archon Hunt? Cool guy. What's your game name again, cool guy? Gava's Aptitude works on the AX52. Yes, it does. Just like every other weapon. It's additive on there, so it's not like major damage, but it's still good damage. Cool guy, just oh, it's cool guy. There we go. And we got room for one more for Archon Hunt if anybody wants to join. Tal, what's your in-game name again, Tal? What's your in-game name there, Tal? Let's play Nezha. Let's play Nezha. And because we'll do a few missions here, we'll also throw a Forma. Slowly getting to the hundo. Slowly but surely. Okay, Sabo, let's go. Yeah, Iron, I already knew about that. But thanks for giving me a heads up. Yeah, we're still debating the whole Discord situation. Or I'm still debating the whole Discord situation.
Whatever Pazul is building, it is consuming huge amounts of power and resources. Shut his facilities down.
Just as it consumes
Yeah, if you helmet over, then you lose one of the elements.
your pride and follow me.
Are we migrating? Debating. Whee!
The mixer activates the toxin by combining it with a biocatalyst. Remove the biocatalyst to render the toxin harmless. Take care when
Whee!
cartridge. It is highly explosive. Head to the poison injector now.
Send a chroma look for me to take a peek at? No worries. I'll take a look at it once I'm done doing this.
Set the injector into overdrive to incinerate the toxin.
All right. There we go. There we go. Slowly but surely, getting it all done. Getting the stuff done. Getting the stuff done. Oh, I gotta go check the shops too this week. Haven't yet stopped by all the shops. What's my least favorite map? I gotta say the Kuva Fortress. I just find it annoying to traverse the Kuva Fortress, so... It's a very cool map. But it's a little bit frustrating to try to traverse the place. There's a lot of like switchbacks. I mean, it's a fortress after all. It's supposed to be sort of difficult.
Well done.
It's cool. Yeah, no, it's super cool, but it's just sort of, you know, a little bit hard to move around sometimes. Ah! Easy peasy. Golfagor, why are you stuck in the ship? Your Lich is around? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Hopefully it doesn't steal anything important here. It's gonna steal Tau Blue? Oh no.
This facility is a communications crossroad for Narmer. Listen in. I want to know what he's telling his flock.
That first day, how our father lifted you screaming from the manifold.
At least it's a nice easy Archon hunt. Interception and sabotage, no spy.
Power online.
Whee!
We are in total control.
There we go. Nesha does make these interceptions relatively easily because you just need to get into range and spike them. And then they stop trying to take the point. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would I rate Uriel? Solid 8. I really like him. It's got some really fun tech, great weapon platform, high damage. Got some interesting build diversity between like casting or weapon. A little bit of everything. Yeah, good mobility tech as well. Yep. Lots of good stuff on you. Wee, wee, wee. Oh. Begone, demons! Oh. Whee! Hiya! Yai! Oh, and Kiai, and Huzzah, and what? Stupid damage adaptation shenanigans on these guys. Making it so I can't blow them up. Well, those jerks. Begone. Begone. Oh, my ability didn't go off. Die. And I just hang out here until we're done. My leisure got fully leveled. That's great times. We.
The Zaraman flame and the mighty demon
Look at me, I'm spinning right around. Look at me, I'm the boy just spinning around like a toy. It looks like they're coming over here, so I can't help it with your other points. Looks like they're heading towards the D. So I will trust y'all to go grab B. Ral, welcome in. How you doing today? Get out of here, you old bastards. Hey, Queen, how you been? Okay, do gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Not really good, but hanging in there. Hey, listen, that is the most important thing. I'm sorry to hear that it's not going good, though. I hope that it improves. Doing good. Been watching my shorts for a while and finally got to say thanks. They were really helpful. Who needs to catch up on the game? Oh, good. I'm glad that you're enjoying them. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Billy. Deep cleaned your bedroom, sweeping mopped. You know what? A funny thing, like I was just like wandering around my apartment on my break, just like giving my legs a little bit of a stretch. a freaking cloud of a horde of moths showed up. I gotta start wondering if like Bungie heard me and called upon the Witch Queen on me. It's like just friggin' a horde of moths in my apartment, and I have no idea how they got there, and I have no idea what to do about them. It's not gonna like figure out how to deal with a horde of moths living in my apartment now. That's just gonna be great fun. It's their apartment now? No, I need the apartment for living. I wish that they would just F off though. Arm the flamethrower? I mean, Max just is not doing his job. He's supposed to be on pest control duty when it comes to things like that, and he's just not. He's not doing great. We're gonna have to speak with his manager. We might have to do some performance management on him. Does Max eat moths? I mean, he attacks the moths. I'm sorry to hear that, Queen. It's never easy. I'm sorry to hear that.
There is another mind.
Just admit it, Natal. You're scared to face the possibility.
Shut up. Witcher yapping. A lot of moths to protect his species. These ones aren't. Cancer's the dumbest thing ever. It really, really is. Just got Castle Prime. You know, there's an entry mod for this level suit. Is it worth putting on? Nah, not really. It doesn't really do a whole lot for it. Kestrel. What is the entropy mod do for it again? Entropy flight, projectile speed. Yeah, the problem is that if it's not a it's not one that you throw onto if it was an Excel slot, it would be great, but it's not, so it takes up like a really important mod slot. So in my mind, it's not that great. Now you lurk in chat while you vibe out. Well, you are always welcome to. Always, always, always welcome to. If it was an Excel slot, I would say that it's a better mod, but sadly it's not an Excel slot, so it's not going to be that great of a, you know, option, right? Excellent entropy would be kind of nutty though. Yeah, I agree. But it would make the mod much more enjoyable and viable, in my mind. Is it possible slash procs being capped by arcane persistence as well? Because I believe nullifiers and magnetics are enough. I don't know. I'm not a dev.
Is here. Strike fast and do not let him heal.
It would be cool if that were the case, but largely speaking, you're already wanting to be status immune or have a status cleanse function anyway for the magnetic effects. So it's just kind of like a little bit extra to do that stuff.
Fazul has barred the way to us heathens, but stolen demon veil should allow you to deceive the barrier.
There we go. There we go. Begone. And back we go. Whee! Whee! Oh wee! build Lavos? He makes no sense. I've got a number of builds for Lavos on the channel. I've got, I think 3 or 4 now on the channel. But typically you want to go like decent strength values. Kind of depends if you're going weapon platform or caster. Weapon platform needs less strength. Caster likes having high strength. And another pro tip with Lavos that I would always recommend for people is to switch your tap hold functions.
Kuzul promises his Narmer cultists a new creation. I do not know how much of that comes from the Ram's memories of Tau, and how much from Era's dreams of a kingdom of his own.
Make it tap to imbue an element. Yep. Lavos. No. So there's 2 builds, and there's the 3rd build for you.
Ariel is down. Narmer's spine
Whee!
have been torn out. Excellent
And there we go. Blast levels is stupid. Oh yeah, blast levels is ridiculous. Hey, look, a blue shard. Have you tried taking Chroma? It's a level cap. Yeah, it wasn't that great. Unfortunately, it was all right. Wasn't anything to write home about. Why? Just survivability is the largest problem. I tried to do a persistence health tank build, but Guardian Armor is 5% over 3 seconds, not 5% a second. So it just didn't function. Like, you can make anything work, right? Just depends on what you're doing. What frames are next for rework? Don't know. We'll find out if we're getting a rework next patch on Friday, which is the dev stream day. Appearance. Limbo probably? Maybe. Oh. They don't give me any information. She's fun, but she's outdated. Yeah, Banshee, Ivara, Limbo are all ones that are on my list that could use some love. Okay, let's go. No. Dorm Zone. Yeah, I have no idea what they're going to be. What's next on the docket for reworks. We shall see eventually. Man, the YouTube playlist has been absolute trash lately. It only wants to play that fucking song. Browswares. Companion ribbon. Au revoir.
Like that, you're gone.
Well, they might show off the next heirloom this dev stream and tease it, because the next heirloom would be kind of around TennoCon release, if they're following the pattern that they sort of set last year with one in winter, one in summer. So maybe we'll get another heirloom come summer, and maybe they'll show it off this dev stream, but they also might show it off like in a future dev stream closer to the release. Ooh, Forma. I do like Forma. Thanks, Tashin. Where else do I need to go? I need to go to Shattered Wake. Or Iron Wake, not Shattered Wake. Natural colors on Uriel, so it could be pretty good base color with darker. I haven't tried it, no. Not yet. I'm sure that it would look good. Purple does always look good. Whee! 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 Oops. Riven slivers! Whee! Oh yeah, we're getting new stuff to spend our riven slivers on too. Good, because I've only got 11,000 of them. What was it again? They said they're adding other stuff, but the old, like the current Requiem mods are going to be a part of it as well. But they did say there will be some other stuff added into the shop. Kitsune, what you got? You have a friend who's just getting Warframe, who's from the walls right now, and he agrees and relates with Ballas. He agrees and relates with Ballas, he almost cried? Wow. Well, no 7 to that, friend. Oh, cool looking green, yeah. That's cool. Looks good, looks good. Make a new friend. I mean, let's not go that far, but Exilus. I've got 11 of these. Friggin', might as well just build it. Orokin reactor. We got one of those to build. Or Orokin kata. We got one of those to build. Alrighty, where are we at? Alright, everybody, I am gonna call it for me a bit early here today. My apologies for ending a bit early. Just stuff is going on. So we're gonna call it here for me. I hope you're all doing well today. Before we head out, though, thank you very much, Tara, for the 12 months, and also for the sound alerts. Thank you very much, Gamer Girl Rexy, for the new Prime. Thank you very much, Blue, for the 5 gifted. Thank you very much, Average Rock, for the new Prime. Thank you very much, Gexel, for the 2 months tier 1. Thank you very much, Night Owl, for the 6 months tier 1. And that is all she wrote for the day. What are we gonna drop you off with? Let's go drop you off with this friendo. And so just a reminder, everybody, I am being kidnapped tomorrow, so I will not be streaming tomorrow. We will be streaming Thursday, and then of course Friday when we have the dev stream, and then of course Saturday for my birthday. So we'll see all y'all later on this week. I hope they all have yourselves a wonderful day. Hope you all have yourselves a wonderful night, and we'll catch y'all later on. And we're gonna drop you off with the birdie. I hope you all have yourselves a good night. Take care, be safe, be good to each other, have yourselves a wonderful time, and go say hi to Barty. See ya, everyone. Bye.